stop when the beat goes. Make your feet go stop when the beat go. When the beat go. Make your feet go stop when the beat go. Where the beat go.
Fresh.
Where the beat go. Where the beat go. Make your feet go stop when the beat go. Jump.
Let's bring in some bass.
Welcome, chat. Welcome to another episode of Machine of making music. Make songs, make music for. Hey, hi, chat. Welcome to Tokyo Machine stream, where we listen to your music sometimes on weekends on a thing we call I forgot the name of the what's this called? This thing? Help me out, chat, because I forgot the actual name of the segment. Where you guys need music on your SoundClouds, and then I do something like I press menu here, and then I do start stream, and then I do open submissions, and you go to tokyomachine.live and submit your songs today with your Twitch accounts, because the submissions are now open. And what I always forget to say, if you are a subscriber, you get 3 times the chance of getting raffled. And if you are a subscriber tier 2, you get 4 times the chance to get raffled. And if you are a subscriber tier 3, you get 5 times the chance that you definitely get raffled. Like, just saying. And then if you have been given a subscription, if someone gave you a subscription, you get twice the chance to get raffled. Welcome, chat. Welcome, everybody. TokyoMachine.live is live as a website, as an app, it's mobile friendly. It doesn't steal any data. It's coded by me, but no, not really. I had some help from a robot, but it doesn't mean it's bad. Robots are smart. So welcome to my stream, and go crazy. No, I will not. Visor Music. Welcome, Visor. Welcome, WP, Clomber Music, Cloak, Astro, Coalmine, Novici, Aswin, Rising, just everybody in the chat. Just welcome to this guy stream. All right. This today is the first. That's not really the first time we do a weekend Jack Pocket, but it might be a first of very many. Nova Sai. Okay. Novici? Okay, gotcha. TokyoMachine.live if you want to submit some songs. I think I'm going to close the submissions in about 45 minutes, which is what I usually do, just about the first hour of submish. Well, welcome, Diggum. Welcome, everybody who's here for the first time. I didn't see any first-time chatters, so we got a close-knit crew, as it seems, today. We're gonna be doing a stream tomorrow as well, if I feel good. Worst case, we'll do it on Wednesday. But let's see how many tracks we can get through today. Depending on how many we get today, I'll try to go ham on, like, I'll just keep going. And speaking of subscriptions, we got Krabbit. No, that's 3 days ago. Yeah, that's actually true. Krabbik with 3 community subaronis 3 days ago. Zensei with a shout out days ago. Cloak Official with a resub for 2 months at tier 3. My balls, dude. I mean, my god, dude. You said balls in the message, so I'm reading. Thank you so much for that, Cloak. Flash of Azure, resub for 3 months at tier 1. Incredible, man. Thank you. It's kind of crazy because you said it's like you guys have your own Discord or something, because Cloak said balls and Splash of Azure said stinky. And it's all starting to make sense now. Then we got the DJ Closet with a resub for 5 months at tier 1. It's been resubscribed for 8 months this minute. He says, saw Ray Volpe in New York. My ears still ring. I think the loudest show I've ever seen was in South Korea from, oh my god. It was at the, I was playing with Marshmello and Yultron, Jesus Christ, Yultron. Yultron has had the loudest set. No, it wasn't even Yultron. It was Nightmare and Slander. They had literally like the loudest, without earbuds, without earplugs. That's what you get without this exact sound. Like the next day, listen to this. This is you after a Nightmare and Slander set. the next week. What the fuck? What are the odds? Shout out coincidences. If you make music, go to tokenmachine.live and we will be judging your music very harshly today. Just kidding. Visor Music with a question that says, Token Machine, have you ever had Wagyu steak? I definitely had it. 2019, I think I had Wagyu in LA. No, not even. This was, when was that, dude? I was eating dinner with Modestep. I think that's the one. Yo, I don't think I told you guys the story. I mean, that's the story that I did tell you about. One of the most expensive dinners I ever paid for. That was, it was, yeah. It was like, we didn't even know how expensive it was going to be. But it was one of those restaurant places that like, every dish that you get is brought to you by a different person that tells you the backstory about that dish. That kind of vibe, that type shit, you know what I mean? And oh my god, dude. I'm still recovering financially from that gift from that fucking restaurant. I forgot where it was. It was a blur. Really good wine though. And really good Wagyu steak. That's where I ate it, yeah. 2022, I think it was, like right around when I was playing. No, so it must have been like 2023 or 4, because I was playing a tour of Josh. I forget. I'm really bad on memory, just like years. Everything, like just ever since COVID, just it's all a blur for a lot of us anyway. Stejo, I got a haircut yesterday and it was so ass. That's the thing. When you get a haircut, initially you look at yourself, you try to be nice to your barber. You're like, yeah, sick, dude. And then you cry in bed. And then for the next like 2 weeks, you kind of getting you basically kind of like grow into it. You realize that, hey, maybe it's not gonna be so bad. I think my rule is, like, my perception of all of this is like, your hair, after a haircut, your hair looks good about 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. Like, that's when it starts, oh, that's the haircut I wanted. Like, after the haircut, you need to wait 2 to 3 weeks. That's when you get the actual haircut you wanted. That's, it needs to like develop. It's like pancakes. I don't know what the analogy is there, but usually it's a waiting game. Give it like 2-3 weeks and then it's, oh, yep, that's the hair I wanted. We got 17 people in the schmaffle. Depending on how many we get, that's the thing, I never post about these streams anymore. I haven't done a single story about a stream of mine since like November. So whoever's here wants to be here, you know what I mean? Like, I don't tweet about these streams anymore. I don't post on Facebook, I don't post on Instagram about these. This is like, we're a close-knit crew here. If you know, you know, is what I'm trying to say. Fuck yeah, dude. Shout out true people. No, wrong button. Julian AP Music. The Fat Rat said there's no demo of his song Fire with you on it. but he doesn't say he's gonna show it. Can I? Yeah, me and Fat Rat worked on something back before COVID, back around the time we met each other in at ADE, I think it was. Times were so different, like, and I remember there was a time during COVID when things like plans for a lot of people have changed. So all the collabs that you started before COVID are like just they're gone. Like most of them, unless you really want to release that track, like Jelly, which is out now on Shampoo. If you don't know Jelly, then check it out. But yeah, there's a bunch of collabs, and I've just been sent brand new stems from Virtual Riot for our collab, and I need to rework them just a little bit because it's too melancholic. It's too dramatic. I want it to be a bit more fun. But yeah, the Dion Tamer remix is finished. That should be out hopefully within the next couple months, depending on Dion. And how long is today's Chum Bucket Bumble Clap? How long is today's Jackpot Trackpot? Like 5 hours, easy, depending on how many people will get. 21 so far, so that's like 15. I usually, like, my threshold is, from what I remember, 15 people, 15 tracks is like 3.5 hours of streaming. So if we want to do 20, that's like 4.5. I might actually do all of them, depending on how many people join. You guys still have 40 minutes to join TokyoMachine.live. We got PRNVDEF Pernvidev music with a first time chat. Welcome. First time chatters. I don't know how you get here. I don't post about these streams. Like, I don't know how you find me. This is crazy. But yeah, if you are a music producer and you want to join the raffle, the submissions are open for another 40 minutes. And all you do is go to TokyoMachine.live on your phone, on your browser, on your tablet, on your Surface Duo 7, on your Google Nest Hub. It's all optimized for every single device, okay? TokyoMachine.live. Have some music on SoundCloud. We accept public links. We accept private links. We accept that's it. We got those two things. If you have a music on YouTube, fuck off. I mean, I love you, but don't have it on SoundCloud. Cjo says, I am practicing Challenge Saber on Beat Saber and I got to level 16. I don't remember playing Beat Saber since 2022. And I remember playing Epic on Expert. On Expert Plus, it was way too crazy. Google Drive links. Dude, imagine. Multi-billion-dollar company. Multi-billion-dollar company of Google. You receive a fucking WAV file. No waveform. Starts playing maybe 8 seconds after you press play. You finish listening to it, and you want to play again, it doesn't work. Meanwhile, Dropbox, probably $1 billion company, fuck knows, I've never looked it up. Fucking waveform, interactive comments, fucking, like, just real-time scrubbing, like, can anyone just valid crash out? Because seriously, everybody wants to work with Google. Hey, Notion? Are you crazy, Toki? Stupid? Notion? Dude, we got Excel spreadsheets. That's where we want to work. Notion? The most user-friendly, straightforward database system for quick notes and project management? Fuck off. No, dude. Google Spreadsheets. Where nothing makes sense. And it looks like Ableton. Google? I had Dropbox issues with a demo before. The snare in the drop ducked the whole volume when, even though it doesn't happen in the original file. Interesting. You can set like the quality of preview when you do it. How many songs have you made over the course of your career? Whoa, dude, I don't know. Both finished and unfinished? Dude, I don't know. Probably. It's a good question, dude. I think like around 400 to 500. Yeah, not crazy. There are people who have done way more. And I've been doing this for a decade, so it's like, I release about 10 tracks a year, I think. That's kind of my like threshold. Sometimes less. Maybe this year is probably going to be like more focused on flips. And flips are not necessarily like I'm talking bootleg flips of like pop punk songs and like gaming remixes and stuff like that. So that stuff, it's hard to release unless it's like a cover. But if it's like a remix that uses actual vocals from the original, like Sum 41 or something, it's hard to release that. It basically stays a flip that you can play live. And that's about it. And this is another like reason for combating, AI replacement, bringing value to live shows so that people actually want to come see your show, because you have so much unreleased fire that you only play on live shows that they'll never be able to hear anywhere else. Which is kind of the plan for the remaining month. I start my tour in about 3 weeks. We're starting with Chicago and Vancouver. And I want to have a bunch of flips already done by that time. So what I'm thinking tomorrow is we're going to start some silly little chiptune dubstep track. See where that takes us. My comment to Austin, I can't remember. I don't think until May I'm gonna be in Austin. There might be something that pops in. All my shows are listed in. There's not many. There's like 7 shows. On Instagram. China probably at the end of the year. What is a red version exactly? It's like a heavier version of the original. We're also gonna do blue versions on Champo, which are gonna be like chill, melodic house, like down tempo, lo-fi kind of stuff. Kind of like Pokemon. Whoa! That's a giant one, dude. Brown version when just every synth replaced with a fart. When you make your feet go stomp, when the beat go pum. That's fun. Brown version of Chomp. Let's hear it. Yo! Those are some giant emojis. Jeez. You guys got about half an hour left to add your songs in their schmaffle, but I'm gonna start reviewing in about 2 minutes because I don't want to take too much time. I want to be done. Today. How about this? How about this as a rule just for today? I'm gonna do all tracks, so your subscriptions don't matter. I'm gonna go as long as there are tracks until we hit 0. I think I can do it today. I got energy for that. But yeah, for any other situation, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do such a long stream. I got energy for that. 3 hours later. 7-minute track. God damn it. Me too. I absolutely also hope I don't regret that. Anyway. Oh no. Oh, there we go. It works. I was so scared, dude. I hate when my stream deck just stops working. I had to restart everything from scratch. Yeah, no 10-minute songs, please, today, guys. Today, we're gonna do a nice rapid-fire, nice, concise, packaged kind of stream with 25 people in a raffle. 26 now. Jesus Christ. What do you guys... Are subs skipped? No, sir. If you are a sub, it's tonight. It's gonna just give you a more chance to get raffled sooner than later. That's about it. The sub luck still is in place, in action, but tempted to go through all of the tracks to 27. Okay, hold up. 27. Let me think. I usually go through 15 over the course of 3.5 hours. But that's almost 7 hours. If we reach 30, that's like a 7-hour stream right there, bruh. Let's see how we go. Then we definitely gonna have to have a break. God damn it, 28. Okay, cool. And by the way, you're only allowed one track per stream. That's how I made it. That's how it's coded. It's not my rules. I mean, these are absolutely my fucking rules. So, it is. It's not guaranteed you'll be first. No, it's just a bigger luck to be raffled sooner than later. Yeah. And again, please do not make the mistake of gifting 100 subs and thinking you're gonna have a higher chance. It's the person that's gifted a sub gets twice the chance, not the gifter. This is something I wanted to be implemented, but it's super difficult because the Twitch API actually doesn't allow that kind of connection through the routing API system. They don't have the scope for that. They don't have, like, Twitch doesn't have a scope for how many gifts has a user on Twitch given. At least from my knowledge. Unless we get someone like a senior developer, like a web dev, like Falky Music in the building right now, who's going to tell me otherwise, we cannot actually account for people who have given subs. Only the receiver. Silo kill, please never implement that. It'll become a pay to win. I know, right? I know. Maybe that's why they don't have it. Maybe they were just like, yep, whatever the people are gonna build with our API, we're just not gonna allow that. That in particular. I wanted to have something for that, like if you have given like a threshold of like 5 or whatever, give them like a threshold. You know, like if they really have given like 5, then they get like, you know, like a times 5 or something. Because that's pretty much the equivalent of a tier 3 sub. A tier 3 sub is how much? How much does it cost? I don't even know. Eric Sue Music with a gifted subaroni to Heavenly Cryptid. Enjoy. 25, right? It's $25, which means 5 subs. So yeah, this could have been good, right? If you've given like at least 5 gifted subs out, you get 5 times the chance to get raffled. And that's about it. Don't go any higher than that, you know? Because that's the equivalent of doing a tier 3 sub. So, welcome, Heavily Encrypted. First time chatter. Definitely eat that breakfast, AG. So, are you able to make a living off Twitch? Not at the moment. No. No. I mean, yeah, if it's a general question, you're absolutely able to make a living off Twitch, yes. But I can't. not my case right now. Yeah. Since your new track came out, what's your favorite jelly flavor? Mango. I love mango, dude. What about music? Just music in general, or music streaming? That's what I'm doing, and like I'm saying, I can't. You can't live off of it. Arixu Music with another gifted subaroni to Nive or Niv Music. Welcome. So many names I haven't seen before. That's cool. Appreciate you. Okay, 33 in a raffle. I might have to retract my statement there. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I'll try to not spend too much time on each subscription. On each submission. Just close them. Might as well. But dude, the rule is the first hour they're open. So I'm thinking 6 hours. I'm thinking 6 hour cutoff just to be safe. Please wait. See what I mean? DJ Level 3 says, please wait. I'm almost home. So I don't want to screw someone over. Julian AP with a gifted subaroni to Concreto. Thank you so much, Julian AP. Or Julia Knapp. Huh? You thought about that ever? Maybe it's a Julia who's taking a nap. Okay, maybe not. My bad. Okay, I hear you. Gotcha. DJ Transponder with a 2 community sub-roadies. Jesus, what the fuck is happening, dude? That's a lot of events happening on this stream. It's a lot of action happening on this stream, which I appreciate. But hey, maybe let's chill with the bonk. Maybe let's chill with the bonks when I start doing tractor. Jesus. You guys are nuts. It's a Sunday. What the fuck, dude? Okay, I need to make them way more expensive. This is ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. I need to make them... There's gonna be some inflation happening. God damn it. Alright. 1, 2, 3, test. Fuck off, dude. My activity feed, you should see it. I have all the point redeems still visible on the... Why is there no cooldown, you fucking idiot? Why didn't I do a cooldown? I guess... You should see my activity feed. It's just yellow. Tiny bonk, giant bonk, chop. Beautiful. Alright. No, stop. Alright. Well, I want to start. It's starting, I'm starting to feel it, dude. It's starting to hurt. Like... For now, until now, it only tickled. Now it's starting to make a dent in my fucking head. Imagine, like, me ending a stream, taking off my headphones, and there's like a fucking... I'm so dumb, dude. Alright, we're about to... Can you fucking shut up already? Please, dude. I'm trying to fucking... Alright. Should I pull this lever or should I pull the fucking stream, huh? Okay. Alright. I'm gonna close... No, I'm not closing the submissions. You guys still have 22 minutes to add yourselves. This is gonna be I'm not gonna... Okay, I retract my statement. I'm definitely not... I might not be able to go through 34 fucking tracks. Especially if you guys keep doing what you're doing with 7.5 minute fucking journeys. Okay. Nope, not doing that. I'm gonna clear the queue real quick. Just kidding. Fucking... Clomber. We got Clomber music with Clomber musics. Alright. Let's check it out. Holy shit. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, let's check it out. Yo. Excuse me. 7 Victorian children just... All right, exclamation point rate, followed by a number. WP with a gifted sub running to Vincent002. Welcome, Vincent. Welcome to the chat. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. If you want to rate the track nice, then that's a 10. And if you want to rate it then that's a 1. Zeros don't work. All right. This intro, just fucking don't. Just like, it doesn't bring anything. It's just like a pad. If anything, you want it to evolve. You want it to start quiet, bring in some sort of storytelling to it. You know, there's obviously that third chord with the dissonant note and the low end. Way too much low end in the sides as well. Cool little drum loop in the background. Just a little bit, like, if you have no reverb in a pad like this, in a pad stack like this. Also, maybe don't have reverb in the drums, because your drums are pretty moist and wet, just like, you know, somewhere around the toilet rim in the bathroom. But then this shit is just very dry. Like... Like this entire section, this entire like 50 seconds of the track didn't really bring anything into the whole like package, you know what I mean? And at this point, if you're past like 16 bars of an intro, you want to bring in something else other than a fucking finger snap on top of the snare, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would just restructure this whole thing. Like just, you know, either just completely ditch this whole section or just do maybe 8 bars of it and then go straight into the beat with the finger snap, which is right here. Discord, yeah. We know about Discord. And by the way, speaking of Discord, exclamation point Discord to join the Discord, which is our amazing community we have on Discord. Exclamation point Discord, which will lead you to discord.gg/TokiKrill. All right. Yeah, this chord. It's bad. Resource official. Welcome. First time chatter. Again, this blows my mind because I don't post about my streams anywhere anymore. It's all Twitch. I don't make a story. I don't make a post. I don't make a tweet. I don't make a Facebook thing. How do you guys find my streams? Right. Really cool. Like, you get the structure down only starting at like 50 seconds in. So you do seem to have an idea about how to build a build-up, how to build the tension, which the tension here is pretty cool. I like it. The kick happening every now and then is just like a very dry, it's a great kick, don't get me wrong, but that kick belongs in a drop, not in a build-up like this, just happening once every 2 bars. It's just kind of out of place, and it kind of spoils the drum set that will be throughout the drop. Oh, I see. That's cool. Damn, Xylo. You said this? Get it? It's a lot of words. What? Right. What's fucking crazy about this is you had just the most lush, beautiful amount of low end in the sub right before the drop, like right here.
What?
That one little boom boom.
What?
And then the moment the drop hits, there's like no sub.
What?
There's just that like fundamental that's like barely audible, and then the kick is just like a super, just like a clicky little clicky clicker that doesn't really act as a kick. I don't know why you decided to go with this incredible kick for the build-up. This. Where is it? This kick, right? Has a lot of low end, and then all that low end is just eaten up by the sub because you're not doing proper sidechain against the sub.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a phenomenal kick throughout the build-up, and then you just swap it with this like piece of mother kick.
What?
It just loses all the energy. Same with the snare. The snare doesn't even... Look at the second hit of that snare. Let's listen in. The first one is sort of there, but then the second hit of the snare on the second bar... Check it out.
What?
One. Like, that second snare doesn't even exist. It's just kind of like... Tier 2! It's Kojak with a subscription. Resub for Tier 2. Sub for swears. Thank you, Kojak. Shout out for Tier 2, man. That snare needs to be like a... Nope, not even. That's like a 2012 snare. Check this out. This is like a... Let's start with the... That's the body of the snare that you... Dude, I'm clipping. Shut up. That's the body of the snare that you want, right? Like a... That's the click. That's the transient and the body of the snare. And then you want the tail to sound like... like this. So like together, something like... Oh, that was... Hey, don't clip that. That's my sample. Fuck off. I'm recording that. That was a good fucking snare. I'm just saying. That's the one you need. You know what? Fuck it. Use it for this song. Dude, what is this sub doing? What note is it fucking doing here, dude? And this is crazy. Usually I become an asshole towards the end of the stream. This is track 1. What the fuck is this sub doing here? I'm having a good day. That's all I'm trying to say. Whoa, this sub. Like, okay, if you're doing... Have the sub follow that. Don't just do a sustained note that doesn't get sidechained at all, because you're taking out all the low end from the kick, which should be the kick from the buildup. And same with the snare. Like, what did it say? What does it say? Sounds like a slur. That's a nice fuck. I like the fuck. That's good. That's a good one. So much would be fixed with a proper saturated sub, a proper sidechain of a really good kick, which you had in the build-up, sidechained against the sub and everything, basically. Just minus infinity on the first 16th of a bar. Complete ducking to minus infinity. Complete, just dead. Everything is dead when the kick hits. That's what it should be for a track like this. Same with the snare. And aligning the MIDI sequencing of the support basses and the sub, just cleaning it up, because I think you have just too many fucking elements throughout this drop. Like, let's listen to the remaining elements other than the drums and the sub and the snare and stuff like that. Actually, the amount of elements is okay. I can't complain about the amount of elements. I was wrong about that. But it's all about that mixdown that needs to be fixed. There's like no low-end energy and no thump to any drum hit whatsoever. also, when you're doing a drum beat like this, you definitely need some sort of, I don't know, either a hat that does at least a 1 and 3, or at least some quarter notes, you know? And then, you know, bring something in, like 8 bars in on the hi-hat sequence. Right now it's just a kick and snare. There's like nothing to drive it. And if there is a hi-hat, that's even worse, because I can't hear it. It's a cool little frequency shifty thingy. And it's, what I give credit for this track for is that it's a chameleon track. It's a DJ tool, because this will mix, once you fix it, at like the melodic aspect of this track, as it is right now, it's very mixable to any track, because it doesn't really have like a actual root key that you stick with throughout the whole sequence. Like, yes, there is a root key in the intro, but then as soon as we get into this zone, it's all just a dissonant, I don't want to say dissonant mess, but it's like a dissonant disaster, you know what I mean? No, shit, that's also bad. It's like a dissonant sequence that doesn't really follow anything that was before it, which is, again, not an issue in dubstep, especially like tear out and stuff. But without energy on the drop, you're not giving it reason to exist right here. Without energy on the drop, you're not giving this intro to a reason to exist whatsoever, because you're not like leading into the drop. This is just like a tacked on kind of thing on the intro. Let's listen to this last part. Really cool, like, and it's all very dissonant, right? Like, there's not a single key that's coherent here, which is okay, because it's a build-up. Like, you're literally mixing something into something else, so it's actually better if it's atonal. I've found, and so I can't complain about the build-ups, honestly. As dissonant as they are, that's kind of cool. And the only issue is you got a lot of elements that are just completely mono, and a lot of elements that are just very wide, right? Throughout the build-up. Same here. I would kind of just like center them all, not have just something extremely mono, unless it's like a pre-drop vocal that's like a bit crushed, and you want to make it something like very retro sounding, just for the little thing, because right after that vocal hits, everything goes wide, you know? I wouldn't have like a mono element at all throughout a build-up like this. This is sick, dude. If only you fixed your drums. What I can, you know what? It's kind of crazy. I made a sample pack on Splice. If you want to get good sounding drums, go to Splice for a Tokyo Machine sample pack called Tokyo Machine Bass House, which is out now on Splice. I got some good drums there. Shut the fuck up, dude. No, honestly, yeah, drums. Because this stab, this tear out stuff, the guns, good. I would fix nothing about these. But without proper drums driving it, yeah. But notice how I can tell how you're very selective regarding sidechain, just by the fact that this vocal, when it cut up through here, it wasn't sidechained at all by the kick. So you have certain groups that are not getting sidechained, which is a mistake. Yeah, cool. Let's review it. You're close. I'm gonna hide this. You're close. ID is nice. A little bit disjointed. Oh, let's warm these up. Let's warm these bad boys up, dude. Okay. Whoa, that was easy. That one didn't take so long. Okay. And then this one's the loudest. You ready? All right. Yeah, it's like a 6.5. Sounds Would be way higher if the drums were solid. Structure also pretty low, man. Yeah, cleaning up that intro. That intro kind of fucked it up mainly because it just brings nothing to the table. Master. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the lack of the selective sidechain, the lack of low end on the kick. That's all this stuff. I'm just beating a dead horse at this point. Vibe. You know what? The second fucking drop. Sheesh. I'll give you a 7 for the vibe. Quite nice. Shout out. 40 motherfucking tracks. Okay, you guys got. You guys got 3 minutes to add your songs to TokyoMachine.live. The link is pinned in the chat. If you make music and you have it on SoundCloud, go to TokyoMachine.live because you got 2 minutes to submit. Yeah. Anyway, forgot to ask. I wonder if the music rated by Champo are creator friendly. Yes, absolutely. All of them are creator friendly. Let's be real. You gotta do 20, 30 mins, not 1 hour. Oh, for the how long the submissions are open for? Yeah. Depending on the day. Like honestly, weekends seem to be crazier. 40 tracks, that's like that's pretty high for my stream. Excuse me. But you guys got 2 minutes. I'm gonna raffle anyway. Rigged. Absolutely rigged. Yeah. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. The Emmy collab has vocals now. Dropping next month if all goes. What the Avenir Music. Woo! I didn't close. Shit. I didn't close submissions. Avenir Music with 5 gifted subaronis. Updated song with vocals. Okay, let's. You know what? Let's do this. I just need to do something before we all go fucking crazy here. All right, thank you, Modus. Let's. The Emmy collab has vocals now, dropping next month if all goes well. Avenir Music. Shout out. Thank you so much, Avenir. Avenir. I hope that's. Hope that's how I pronounce it. Thanks for follows. Dropping next month if all goes well. Hope you dig it. This is by Modus. Let's check it out. Everybody fucking sit tight. Everybody get comfy here because this is a Modus track, okay? With vocals this time. This part.
It's a mystery.
Oh.
Will find my soul.
Oh, this is no. Yes, the major chord, yes. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Ugh. Exclamation, but never mind, you don't need to. Like, dude, okay, the only feedback that I have is regarding the EQ of the vocal, slightly, and then a couple of drum sequencing in the first drop. There was like a little moment where I'm just like, hey, really? We'll get to that. Everything up to this point is fantastic. Really cool fake out on the low sub drop here. I don't remember these vocal chops, obviously, because you probably didn't have the vocal before. Yeah, like this. I don't know if I already said this before, but like the claps and like the filtering on the snare here, on the 8s and the claps on the 4ths, on the quarter notes, kind of dim. I feel like you could have, unless they open up. Wait, let me listen. Well, they open up super late. I feel like the clap could have been very prominent from the beginning regarding high end. Damn, dude. 100 biddies from, let me just pause right here. 100 biddies from WP101. Flate 5 can join the live streams, but can't access your website or make submissions because of Cuba's damn network problems. Yeah, that's true. He asked him where he'd been all that last time before he met me. He couldn't submit anything. That's fucking crazy, dude. We're still trying to figure out how to solve this. Well, I don't want to suggest any illegal activity on stream, but I think you might have to. That might have to. The solution you guys got going right now, it will have to last for a while longer. But I also hurt for the fact that Flate 5 can't do a lot of things out of Cuba. I would lie if I said that we didn't try. If you know what I mean. As Chompo. Because the material that I've got from Flayed 5 is just so fantastic. He recently sent me a remix of Crank that I really want to play on stream, actually. I might do it just after this. But yeah, the geo restriction is insane. And it hurts me. Man. Right here, Modus. This is awesome. Everything's great. Yeah, see the brightness of this clap right now. That's, I feel maybe the clap should have, that's how bright I think it should be in the build-up. I got just the musicality of it all. That fucking note that hits somewhere later in the second drop. Jesus Christ. Oh, this one. Whoa, what's the sub doing there? Why is the sub doing D sharp instead of just straight to D sharp there? Oh yeah, dude, I absolutely think that the sub should be going straight to D sharp for that, for whenever you do the... Right. A couple of things regarding this drop. It's cool. It, you know, definitely old school. Let's not lie to ourselves. That pre-clap can be a little bit too pre-clappy on certain hits. Maybe you don't need it on every single 2 and 4. Maybe just on like the last 4 of like a 2-bar sequence. I feel like it kind of takes away from the punchiness of the kick. Yeah, especially here, like the second hit here. Yeah, every other clap could work too, yeah. And then I think the most this tom. Now I recognize this tom. Shut up. But I don't think it fits here. This. Okay, you got this like swell on all of these beautiful melodic elements here. Yeah, these 4 kicks with the claps underneath here. Never really followed them. I would just remove drums here entirely for when you're doing this like high pass swell. Yeah. We'll go figure that kick thing on the swell was just like Steven. Okay. If anything, yeah, not sure about these hits here. And like having a swell sweep like this so early into this drop, I feel like kind of early. You might have done some cool fucking bass hits and some melodic like stabs there instead, maybe instead of this like yeah. I feel like this entire bar is kind of early. That's maybe something that should happen like at the end. These Pride snares are very flat. The one on the offbeats. Never mind. They're kind of cool. Okay. Again. Yeah, gain staging on some of the bass stabs, some of the filler stuff. That one. This one. Look at the transients. Look at the volume of the transient versus the volume of the actual tail. Very quiet. Just some of the bass stabs are quiet. I feel like they should all be normalized. Yeah, that tom just... how it's not followed by anything really. It's just followed by a kick with some hats. And that was already boosted. Yeah. You need to like, I feel like, dude, a lot of this stuff in this section needs to be clipped and saturated with some like RC20 crunch. Yeah. So like, yeah, the only thing I have any sort of nitpicks is this section regarding the drum sequencing, some of the gain staging here, and like just yeah. Oh, and the vocal later. Yeah, like objectively, these drums, these 4 kicks with claps that happen throughout the sweep seem quieter than any other kicks and claps later. And these, right? Quiet, and then these are loud. Right? I wouldn't, change volumes of important elements like that just throughout a drop like that. Right, but like they seem like they're not, because there's not that much like sidechain happening throughout this like sweep sequence. This sweep sequence is just like a buzzkill. This just one bar, literally just the one bar with that sweep from high pass, which makes them sound like they're not the same volume, because they're not as impactful as when they hit with bass hits. Sure, that's also a solution, I think. Yeah.
It's a mystery, it's an unknown.
This vocal needs so much high end, I think. It needs a lot of air, a lot of that sizzle in the like fucking 15, 16K, 15K.
An enigma, yes or no? A sea and ocean for me.
Awesome panning with the reverse reverb and stuff like that. Really cool.
To find my home, search my soul.
Maybe? Oh, I love this part too. Whatever does that this like... Oh, and the reverb. Oh my god, I get chills. This so cool. Oh, shut up, dude. So good. I don't think you needed that much sidechain throughout this section here.
Search my soul.
Now, obviously, if you decrease the sidechain here, it's gonna diminish the impact of the kick, but I think it will still drive it without it cutting up the vocal like this so much. Because there's this one moment in this vocal where it goes like...
Find my home.
After she finishes with the word home, I feel like you wanted to do a shit ton of reverb on everything, like just circling around, right? Just until the next line of vocal starts, like you did here. And there is that reverb. Just fucking roaming around, but you can't hear it because of the sidechain. It's just kind of like just...
Search my soul.
Oh, love it.
Hear my heart.
The harmonies here.
The story's told.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Will find my soul.
God damn. Ooh, if you did a vocal here, I'm surprised you didn't. It's kind of like there with that lead, right? But that would be so dope if you brought back the vocal just for this. you could do some track spacer just for that little moment. Oh, and the vocal just like, and that song would just like loop like just for the section. Oh my god, dude. These ARPs are killing me so good, man. And I think I did mention the replacement of the snare in this section, right? With like a more micro kind of micro drop, whatever Chime is calling it. With like a one of these. I feel like the snare is just too heavy for this outro part. I'm not sure if I said that in the previous. Or at least cut it here and at this moment start with the pluck snare. Yeah, I didn't say that. It just felt like, although, you know what, now that it evolves, it kind of is becoming kind of heavy, but this beginning was a little bit minimalistic compared to how it evolves later. So I was like, okay, maybe it doesn't necessarily need this heavy snare to warrant it, you know what I mean? Right. Yeah. It's completely your choice though, you know, like it will be cool little switch up, and it's people love micro drops nowadays, like a little fucking, but not with syncopated, not with stuff like this. That wouldn't work with a plop snare in a sequence like this, obviously. But so you would need to, you know, either make a sacrifice or just keep it as is. It's still cool. Yeah. Yeah, I see your point. Initially, it was a little micro, but now it's like, okay, that's heavy. Fucking phenomenal, man. If anyone hasn't voted yet, I think we have, because this is probably, that's how many viewers we got. Exclamation point rate followed by 10. Oh, I mean a number from 1 to 10. Sorry, excuse me. I'm gonna approve it. And I'm gonna hide this. And I'll scroll down. And I'm gonna say pure love. Okay. Like, mostly for like the last drop, just kind of not deciding what it wants to be. About it. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I don't want to do 9. I want to do 9.5 because like they're so minuscule. We're literally talking of maybe a total of 2 seconds throughout the entire track that are just like slightly need to be polished. So like, shout out Poland, by the way. Yeah. And vocal, not enough high end. Fuck off. Yeah, boy. Incredible. Woo! Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's, yeah. Anything I need to do before we start? I think we got the stream is started. That's good. The queue is not cleared. Clear recent pools. I don't know I can do that. Let's check the track board. Oh, cool! Wow! Look at all these achievements. I bet these guys are gonna tell a crazy story. All right, shut up. Simon's music. Let's go. I think I don't like the snare. Feels not quite right. Also, something about the mix just doesn't feel tight enough. Maybe the vocal drops? Enjoy. Let's check it out.
We're under fire, Emotions are changing, and I don't know why. Down to the wire, I can't explain it. You've been quiet, so I pick myself up for the 100th time. I wipe my eyes and try the fake love. I don't know why I stay so silent.
Wow.
Do you notice me wide open?
Wow, this is great.
So desperately.
Whoa. Woo.
We're under fire, emotions are changing, and I don't know why. Down to the wire, I can't explain it. You've been quiet, so I pick myself up for the 100th time. I wipe my eyes and try the fake love. I don't know why I stay so silent.
Laminar, welcome.
Notice me wide open. So desperately.
Woo. Fake out. Oh. There we go. This is so cool. Okay, dude. A track from Simons with Laminar in the building. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10 if you want to vote. If you change your mind later, you can totally vote again and it will replace your vote. Something I forgot to say. What a pretty goddamn track, dude. Not that much to fix. This is very solid so far.
We're under fire.
Fantastic vocal mixdown, just like the air in that vocal, how it's centered, but then all the effects like the reverb and the delays being, that's what generates the side information.
Emotions are changing,
Very well done.
and I don't know why.
And look how lush this is. Like we literally just have a vocal and a pad underneath it that does a little bit of low end, and we're already at -9 lofts. Like
Changing, and I don't know why.
it's
Down to the wire, I can't explain it. You've been
no, that's a good sign. I'm saying that's like you know how to make a lush, full, well clipped, well compressed track.
quiet, so I pick myself up.
My main issue with this track is the clap and the snare. Like the clap in the intro and the snare in the drop. It's like they don't know what they want to be. Like, and dude, I think that's it. Like that's only okay. Let me listen again because I need.
For the 100th time, I wipe my
Yeah, for a section like this, it feels like you needed a little bit more hi-hat, just some shakers, just some sort of percussion to drive this later. It's cool to start with just a kick and a clap, but then like 4 bars in an intro verse like this, it kind of cool. It would be kind of cool to add like a shaker or something.
eyes and try the fake love.
Which is it's there, right? You got these like wood block or whatever that is, but you can barely hear it. Your drums, your mixing of your drums needs a little bit of polishing. Definitely need, okay, yeah, we need more low end in a pad like this. This pad needs to be like fucking 3.5 dB louder. such a dope goddamn idea for right before when the vocal goes through the phone amp to do a little reverb swoop of a river. Just so fucking cool. Initially, I was like, that's a little jarring. I didn't expect something like that. But then, hey, that's cool. Yeah, it's that snare. It's the snare. Just the snare is so weak. It doesn't like. I feel like it should be like a clap with a lot of splash, like one of these like a letter K with a bunch of reverb. In general, in 2026, if you want to have a good clap, just say the letter K to the microphone. Yeah, this snare too. Is it a different snare from the intro one? No, it's the same one. Okay. Yeah, they're both very just quiet, timid. Doesn't. Yeah, but that's such a tiny issue, especially with the musicality composition. Like the whole structure of the song the structure is phenomenal of this track. Like it's just, my God. You do the radio edit structure kind, which is 8 bars. Of drop, or however many that was. I think it was 8 bars, wasn't it? The little micro edits on the like reversed swooshes of the bass lead, like of just the lead, like oh, that's shit that just goes like left and right. Super cool. Very like. You can immediately tell how much effort went into micro edits throughout this drop here. It's so cool. And it's still so clean, despite so many different elements just roaming around in the high end. But yeah, definitely needs some sort of shaker, something to drive at least the quarter notes, like a tss, 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 tss. But with such a sharp drop, you really can't evolve it any further, so I'm guessing that kind of evolution needs to be postponed for the second drop. Yeah, the 808 stuff in the initial drop as well, and the initial part of the track as well, are kind of weak as well. Like legitimately, the brightest part of this entire song, as I hear it right now, is the vocal. I feel like all the other elements seem to match it. That's about it. Oh my God, it's so good. This vocal just... Whew! Laminar, is that you singing? Whew! I get chills, man. Quite Baya. Toki, do you think launch some production course or Patreon one day? Your knowledge help is so much. This is something I mentioned probably like about 2, 3, 4 streams ago. I can't remember, because I do get messages just like yours, like 2, 3 times a week, like a month. Just, hey, do you do production? Do you do one-on-one? My answer is like, I might, like, because more often than not, and I explained this earlier, more often than not, there's so many things. I listen to a track like this on Jackpot Track Pocket, and I'm like, just do this, but then the person doesn't know really how to do it. So I kind of just want to get into that project so I can like screen share and just like, okay, do this exact thing. But like, I would have to do it for so many people. I'm starting to think maybe doing one-on-one lessons would be a great idea. So hold that thought is what I'm saying. Fucking fantastic. This whole just is so well done. So it's not Laminar singing. Okay, cool. So good, dude. Reminds me of something like Grant would do. Grant with like Although I'm not really that familiar with like the future bass kind of crowd. Is that even future bass? Like, what would you call this genre? Reminds me of Grant for some reason. But I'm definitely blanking on an artist that sounds very similar. Future pop, electropop, yeah. Ooh, wait, what was that? There's a lot of low end on this like electricity sustain here. Not sure if that was on purpose. Might need to be EQ'd out. Because the volume of that low end didn't match the volume of the sub before it and after it. Bishu, yeah, Bishu's a good example too, yeah. Sounds pretty Bishu-esque or Grant-esque. What a fucking strong track, man. What a strong production. Like, the amount of attention to detail throughout the drop alone. The micro edits on the vocal, the little reverb, like reverses, the swooshes and all that stuff. The little fake out here throughout like a mono amp thing. My God, dude. So much effort. You can hear like the passion in the producer here. It's awesome, dude. Like, whew. If only those claps and those snares were a bit more fucking, you know what I mean? Just, like, this is so goddamn good. The fuck? Like, fuck it. It's a 10. It's a 10 idea. Seriously, I don't care. Okay, sounds are mainly like an 8 because of the lack of oomph on the snares and any offbeat, basically. Not offbeat. For the lack of hi-hats, which is also a sound choice, sound choice issue. Yeah, drums, but my God, dude, it's such a nitpick. Like, as it is, this track only needs a stronger clap and snare. That's about it. Absolutely perfect structure. And yeah, like this kind of relates to the sounds, lesser so, because we're talking about a selection of hi-hats that you also were kind of lacking there throughout some certain sections. The first drop being shorter, which obviously it's more like a radio approach, right? 8 bars, which is cool. So it didn't really have time to evolve to introduce like a longer hi-hat later, like a sequence, which is fine. But would be good to have at least like a tss, tss on every 1, 2, 3, 4, instead of just a clap and a snare and a hit and the kick. It's like a 9.25, so I'll round it up. No, I'll round it down. Fuck off. That's how I feel about this track. It's pretty crazy. Zilla Beats, shout out. Welcome to the first time chatter person. How do you guys find my stream? Seriously, I'm not posting anywhere about these streams. And by the way, if you do want to be notified about the streams, go to Discord. ! Discord to join the Tokyo Machine /Chompo Discord. Chompo is my label that I made. I made a music label. It's about a dinosaur and stuff. Oh, come on. 8.4? That was a great track, folks. Give me a break. You got it, Laminar. This is great. Arikju. Yoi. Excuse me. Remastered version of a song I made for Gay Month. Let's check it out. Oh, that's the drop? Well, so since this was the drop, I need to approach it differently now. I thought that was the build-up. And at this point, it should just end. It should go straight from here to here. It was overstaying its welcome, like, profusely. Exclamation point rate in the chat, followed by a number from 1 to 10. Okay. Initially, I was like, there's got to be a vocal coming in at some point, because it begs for it, I think. Like, check this out. Not sure about this ride symbol from the very beginning. Ride is a in EDM in general, a ride is something you want to save for like a crescendo moment in your drop. So like the last 8 bars of a drop. That's what you want to save a ride going on beat. The clap is also unnecessary. And here you just need like a kick, like a low pass kick. Unnecessary hi-hats whatsoever. You need a fucking vocal here, dude. It needs a like straight up. At this point, as soon as the drums end, you need a proper, beautiful female sung vocal that will balance out the pads in the background. This low pass, unnecessary. You just need to go straight to a build up right here. So straight to just with the vocal looped, you know. Which, yeah, that was a build-up, but a build-up should essentially, in a music like this, it should start with the build-up. You shouldn't have to fade in a build-up with a low pass like this, because it just sounds like a breakdown rather than a build-up. Right. Now, this drop, I feel like it should be reworked in a way that actually fucks. You know what I mean? It should be... I feel like you could start with just the kick and a lot of sidechain and a lot of bass stabs. Make it staccato, because the issue with this drop is you got a sustained sub, but there's a support bass on top of it that is very staccato in the 16s. This is the drop, by the way. That's the drop. It totally sounded like a build-up to me because of the faller and all the effects you put on top of it. This is the drop. I wouldn't do an impact like this with the white noise impact that you put on top of it, first of all. That impact is more so, should be saved for like a breakdown later. Dude, you know what I would do? And again, I wish I just had your project open. Remove everything apart from the bass and the kick. Just like almost psytrance. And then selectively pick elements that you want to introduce later. Like, you know what I mean? That would be so much more powerful. Like without all the hi-hats, without all the claps, none of that shit. That can be introduced like 16 bars in if you want to. Like just a minimalistic, like just minimalistic staccato 16s psytrance drop. That would fuck so cool. I mean, so hard. Because you already have that bass line in there. It's just very not prominent. And it would be cool if the sub was actually following it. This hi-hat is cool, but you can introduce it like, not even kidding, like at least 4 bars in, at least 8 bars in. This ride cymbal just needs to get the f*** out of here immediately. That note. This note, I wouldn't put this note in that sequence there. Just do. That's what I would do. Cool piano, but it just kind of, it's literally pan to the right. The velocity on it is way too high, and it happens a little bit too late. It happens off beat, like off grid. Which is cool. Just align it just a little bit. Because it's cool if it happens just a little bit offbeat, but it's too much offbeat. Now, would be even cooler if the piano started left, right, left, right, left, right. You know? That'd be dope. But in general, I feel like this drop is already overstaying its welcome. I wouldn't do it any longer than 16 bars with maybe like an 8 bar, like just to calm down. Everything is driven by a pad here. It seems like there's not, like the bass line wants to punch through, but it's just fucking drowned by the pad, just the chords on the pad. Cool. So now we have the breakdown. Yeah, it's like 50 milliseconds too late, that piano note. Sometimes, some notes, not all of them. The bigger issue is the panning, is the hard pan to the right. Humanizing is fine, like as long as you still kind of, for EDM, you wanna keep it, you know, semi on the grid. I'm getting like Porter Robinson vibes out of this. Completely unnecessary sequence of hats and claps here. Especially since you fade it out. It doesn't really go anywhere. It just kind of like, oh, by the way, we have claps and hats, but then bye-bye. Like just, you know what I mean? Yeah. The filters like this for build-ups, unnecessary. Just keep building. You don't need to fade out, fade in. You don't need to low pass, high pass, stuff like this. This is like a technique you might want to use at the end of a drop, which you did right here. All of a sudden, we could hear the bass line underneath, right here, just on the last bar here. Sort of. Right, okay. The modulation. It happens kind of random. It's cool that it happens. I don't mind it. But the way you do a tape stop there at the beginning, let's listen. It should be on grid. It wasn't. If anything, I would do a tape stop on the last quarter note. You know what I mean? You need to align it more to the grid. Crash, unnecessary. Actually, never mind. I don't mind the crash because it's that kind of genre that, you know, warrants a crash to be like this in the middle of a breakdown, but then you need some build-up drums to, like, accompany it. Yeah, same issue as the first drop. I love the piano. I love the melodies. Really cool. Regarding, like, very Porter Robinson-esque, for sure. Hello, Astro Girl. Hello, everybody. I'm not really, like, when I do this, I'm trying not to get distracted by chat too much, but 3, 2, 1, and yeah. And that way you'll definitely shorten your track if you care to shorten the intro, like I said, and then the last bit of the second drop, you will drop to like 3 minutes 51 seconds or so or something like that. I think it's gonna be stronger. This kind of length only warrants like trance tracks that want to really like develop a certain atmosphere that goes on, and then you progress through the drop for like fucking 48 bars, right? But in this track, it seems more on the EDM-y, like bass music side, which is kind of crazy for me to say, but like it seems like the structure it warrants is a structure that's just like shorter and more digestible. Yeah, a vocal would absolutely just, this would completely reinvigorate this track to a completely different thing. Yeah. You wanted it longer than 4:45? I mean, at that point, you're just doing trance. If you're doing trance, then yeah, you need a fucking vocal, a proper lead that just like continues on. But like, these would need to progress way better. Yeah. Yeah. Vocal is so boring. Yeah, go fucking find a vocal somewhere. Splice is full of vocals that could beautifully fit this. Yeah. Cool. All right. So now that I know that he wanted to trance, that changes a bit. This is cool. This is cool. The melodies were really nice. So for idea, you definitely get a high points. Sounds like somewhere around here, right? Beautiful piano, beautiful pads. It's just a selection of them that, you know, when you're in the drop, you kind of want to be more baseline oriented rather than the pad driving the low end. Structure. Yeah. Just a lot of elements just overstaying its welcome. Just not really evolving into anything, and then just kind of hanging around for another 8 to 16 bars for no reason. You know what I mean? Mixmaster, similar story. Kind of want to keep it here. You know, infrastructure is kind of higher than that. That's not so bad. You did have an intro. You had a drop. You had a build up. You had a breakdown. Right? Yeah, I'll put you here. Vibe was nice, mainly because of the melody progression that you put throughout the whole thing. Very nice melody progressions. Apart from that one note, that lower note shouldn't even be there. But yeah, this is interesting. I'm kind of curious where you're gonna take this. What's up, B-Bala Boop? Welcome to the chat. Holy smokes, dude. Whoa. 6.6, that's a solid. RxU music. Cool. I liked it. Nive or Niv music. Yoy. Excuse me. Do we have that? Do we have that? We do. First Hyperflip song. What the f is Hyperflip? I guess I'm gonna find out. Also, I made it overnight in January. Overnight. So this is a track made overnight. Let's check it out.
For the last time, Gray Stripe, I don't know what a hyperflip is.
Okay, exclamation point rate in the chat, followed by a number from 1 to 10. That's rate with a T. Unlike what just happened to my ears. Having your music with a tier 2. Back in the corner. Thank you so much, Avenue Music, with a resub for tier 2. Shout out. Welcome to the community once again. Now, from this point on, I feel like you need like at least like 5 more vocals overlapping each other from this section. And like not enough frequency shifting on all of them. It's just such a mess with the vocals. I don't even know what the fuck guy is rapping. Like I don't even know what he's saying. Like it's so funny. Like okay, it sounds like the whole track is like low cut at 40 hertz. I barely hear any low end. It's all harmonics from the sub that I'm hearing. Like you can even tell by the waveform. Look how loud the transients are on the waveform and how the sub doesn't fill the space underneath. I mean, afterwards. This frequency shifter on his main rap vocal just kind of. I don't mind this clap. It's all right. This kick, though, Jesus Christ, that's the boomiest, boxiest kick ever. It feels like it was frozen in time for 12 years, and now it's like, hey, I'm a kick. Remember dub steps? Like, at this point, you would expect the drop to drop, right? Oh, it does. My bad. Now, let's talk about this kick here. Let's talk about this kick now. And again, I only hear the harmonics of the sub. I don't hear the fundamental whatsoever. If anything, oh my god, just maybe, like, cut out anything above 14.5K on that laser kick. Like, if we were to actually keep calling it a kick, let's keep calling it a kick. That's fine. I'm gonna call it laser kick. But yeah, it's just a balance of the low end here. Which is cool because it's a clean staccato low end that you tried to do, but like it's just not, the fundamental's not there for some reason. Yeah, this frequency shifter generated so much low end in this section here. It's unreal. Some of the re-trigger glitches on the sub are just a bit too bright.
If I would have put you
fuck. I mean, it's definitely hyper for sure. Fuck. I mean, but if I'm honest, for a track like this, I expected like -2 LUFs at least on the drop. Yeah, and the low end would bring it there. If you introduce the actual fundamental of the F, if you introduce this fucking note, nope, this one, nope, this one. Let's try it. It's also got so much fun, so many harmonics on the one that I have here. But we just need the fundamental, so I don't want to. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me think about the structure here before I forget. There's like a synth here in the background. Like, what's it doing? Like, like, what is that? Does it want to be heard, or does it want to just be like? Oh, it's a vocoder of the vocal that's on top of it. And you can barely hear that shit. It sounds like a synth that's like -12 dB that shouldn't be there. If anything, fill it with some bloop, 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 bloop. Just do some like ARPs here or something, or some synths, or some super saws or whatever. See, like, yeah, the crap, the crap, the clap is a bit jarring here, but you get used to it. It's the first click, it's the first hit of the clap that shouldn't be there. This one, it shouldn't be there. It should be only the next one. Yeah, at this point, it feels like something should have changed. Not just because you introduced that kick now, but everything else is exactly the same. There's the low end doesn't change. The sequencing on the sub hits doesn't change. Oh my god, why is there so much red in my chat? Because someone mentioned me. Splash of Azure, Token Machine, been meaning to ask, what's the deal with your feedback saying to be around -6 to -3 LUFS when other producers say to aim for -14? Aim for -14? No, -14 is what Spotify will always limit you at. But everybody still does. Everybody still does -3. It's a loudness battle that, you know, the louder the better. It's all a myth, man. As long as you don't clip, louder, like -14. Like, can you fucking imagine? Holy shit. Yeah, like, I guess exactly what Xylokill said. Basically that. Just, yeah. -5, -3 being the loudest. Like -2 if you really want to blow people's ears out. But at that point, you're going to have just so much, you know, so much noise. Yeah, you definitely want to keep it at that level. Because Spotify and all the other DSPs are going to do whatever they want with it anyway. So you're only competing on the SoundCloud level here. Okay, yeah, I've heard enough. Very complex. I like it. Very complex sound. Fun ideas, plural, because there's like 3 f***ing songs in this. You know what? Like, it's kind of fun because, like, it might be around here actually. Just the mix and master is the most thing lacking. This is actually quite fucking up here. Yeah, like, obviously the ending is, you know, not finished. But I can kind of, like, I can kind of feel what you're going for here, so it's this mostly. It's like a 5er. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Great. Bass. It says bass. Missing a D. Xylo kill. The entire thing is in E minor now. Oh, you did that thing. Okay, gotcha. I gotta say the minor version makes me vomit. Oh, A minor. Oh, right. This is so weird out of context. I hate the build-ups though. Oh, okay. Let's check it out. I just noticed a new issue. Your drums here seem to have low end that's panned to the right. Yeah, there's like a comb filter on it that just does some crazy shit in stereo here on the drums. Although, yeah, the low end is in the right channel.
Recreating the same old programs over and over and over.
Okay. Yes.
Come up for your neck, come up for your neck. If you push me to the edge, come up for your neck.
Yes. 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 Yeah.
Come up for your neck.
Yes, dude.
Fight, come up with it. Come up for your neck, come up for your neck.
Yeah, he did.
Come up for your neck.
He absolutely fixed this tune, dude. Shout out, man. Woo! You're not out of the woods yet, just saying. It's most of it is fixed now. It's
Coming for your neck, armor right, I'm armed to fight. I'm coming with that armor live.
yeah.
Coming for your neck, coming for your neck. Coming for your neck, coming for your neck.
Dude, the sub is finally driving the track, the drops, in the correct fucking key that it was supposed to be from the beginning. I finally felt the actual melody progression thanks to the sub finally hitting exactly how it's supposed to be hitting. You're still not out of the woods yet. There's still a couple of things, but exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10 for Xylo Kill. Let's go through it. It's gonna be like a rapid fire kind of bullet point list here because there's just micro edits. There's a couple of things I would switch up just a little bit, but some of those are unfortunately stylistic choices of yours, so I don't want to impede too much. Obviously, the low end of the thing. This composition is beautiful, dude. Now you get to this, are you ready for this stuff? Each one of those impacts, and I think we discussed this before, how I kind of wanted you to not have a release on the sub and instead just being just binary, right? I'm okay with the fact that you kept the release on the sub, but in this case, you kind of need to pair it with something stronger than just like a low pass, and like a low. Wait, what did you do? but your sub is still dying down with a long release. Like I did the sub cutting thing you said. No. Oh, I hate it. Oh, got it. Yeah, yeah, I don't hear it. So, you need to pair it up with a strong bass impact. This, first of all, you might start with these brass impacts, the brown, right? This brass impact is so quiet in this case. If you want to definitely keep the long release on a sub, this brass impact is so fucking quiet, and it's like bandpassed almost. It needs to just like, you need to have a support bass on top of it too, like almost like a growl, but not one of those like fucking growl. You know, just don't do that. Just do like a simple wavetable, some monster wavetable out of Serum, just like a brown, like just something that would add impact on a sub, because that sub is very clean, too clean for an impact like this. And the vocal will still show, like the vocal will still be audible because you keep repeating the, yeah, exactly, the sort of brass with like some, like just a saw wave even, that's like saturated. Because the vocal is repeating itself, so you will get the vocal. The vocal doesn't need to, you know, be always audible throughout this whole section, so. Yeah, like between the sub and the brass, there's like nothing there.
Recreating the same old programs over and over and over.
Okay, gotcha. So you're fixing these build-ups because they need a bit of love. Okay, I wouldn't divert too much away from the E minor sub. I would maybe do like maybe an F, F, E, E, E. I wouldn't really go like, I wouldn't go all the way to G. Because the way you're doing it right now, you're doing G and then back on the E, or G, F. But if anything, I would love for you to just do like a G, F sharp, F, G, E. But you're doing like, you're doing, I would rather you just either go, or just stick to the E mainly. G, F, E, is it? Oh, that's even more confusing. Yeah, that's like a half. That's like halfway between the two options. Maybe instead of going to G, do a F sharp and go F sharp, F, E. But then, even then, it's kind of weird. I would just stick to the fucking E most of the time. Like, you could do the F sharp, F, E later. Like, maybe later, like on the second, like 8 bars in. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. This vocal, a little too centered. You got chroma on this vocal, right? I don't know about that, dude. Everything is going through like a chroma here. And instead, I would rather you invest in like just thumpiness of each transient of one of all those hits. Like, it sounds like you're just putting everything through a transgator rather than it being separate MIDI notes. You can hear the volume ducking in a weird, like a weird kind of, in a way that each single one of those staccato hits doesn't have a proper click to it. You're just kind of fading them in. You know what I mean? Yeah, shaper box kind of vibe here, yeah. Oh my god, it's just so much better with the E. It's just so much better that you stuck to it too. Yeah, More staccato on the bass. I feel like you need a proper support bass. Like up, like underneath all the because like this response, it's just not very powerful in the low end. You need like a strong fucking you know, to go with that sub. Because the sub is there and it's good. And to invest in like a nice fucking support, like a fucking like stabby bass line underneath. And well, what this will also force you to do slightly is to high pass some of the melodic elements above it. Yeah, exactly. Like a couple, but like not, you know, tear out, but like just something that has a click, like a thump to it. The format on this one is kind of weird. Yeah, they all just seem kind of washed, and they should be way more in your face and clipped, all these like bass lines that you have here. This one sounds like it has like chorus on it, or like it was exported with a different BPM, and then you imported it with like a bad algorithm, like a bad logarithm. No, not logarithm, bad fucking elastic algorithm. And this white noise still like starts low here, muddies up this area here. Exported in MP2. MP2, can you imagine?
Coming for your neck, coming for your neck.
Was that, it sounded fine in A, but sounds shit in E. What? I gotta change some things in the preset. Oh, I see what you mean. The format bass thing on the... Yep. Yeah, man. Like... Oh, right. Here. Do you like this snare, chat? This vocal was extremely loud for this little re-trigger moment. So much clipping in the low end because of that. Hey, at least I have drums. It's a great snare. I'm just not sure if it's for this part. It feels like you need just like a trap kind of thing here, like a letter K. Brought to you by letter K. What the fuck?
Coming for your neck, coming for your neck, coming for your neck, coming for your neck.
You put that snare because you said so. I don't remember this snare before. Yeah, but this is not a trap snare. This is a pitched up dubstep snare. You need like a fucking one of these like trap drums. Pyrex 808 909 kind of fucking chop snare. That's literally the name for it. This was named Trap Snare by Kashmir. Oh. That's a better snare than the one you got. I'm kidding, it's not. It's a good snare, it's just not here. Like, this would be good. You know what this snare is good for? Glitch Hop by Cohen Sound in 2014. That's a glitch hop snare. That's why you use the Token Machine sample back on Splice. That's right. chop snare. I didn't even know that's what it's called. A chop snare. Let me make sure that that's the case. I'm going to fire up some splice and I'm going to look at it through my eyes. The fuck. Does my keyboard work? Good. Splice. Chop snare. A chop snare. Or a chopstick. Yes, I allow splice to take over my computer. Chops. Okay, I'm gonna do trap snare. That's what I'm searching for. Let's hear a trap snare, chat. Nope, not even. Good, but yet not the kind of. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, no. Yes, there's your snare. Okay, it's called Southside Snare Normal. Search for that in Splice. That's your snare. Or this. Or this. No, that's Southside Snare Normal. That's exactly it. Yeah, get this one. Legit. Yeah, dude, it's such an improvement. Like, it's just crazy how big of an improvement this track is right now. Finally. Idea's great. Sounds you're like still kind of in this area, right? What happened? What am I missing? What? My Pavlov response is triggered. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. Structure. Structure's good, man. Structure's decent. Yeah. No, yeah, dude, your album outro? Don't get me fucking started. Like, your album outro is out of this world. I think you graduated to like a 7.5 at this point. Yeah. I hope this is higher than what it was last time. Yeah. Let's go. Yay. by half a point? Shit. Well, yeah, there's still a bunch of stuff to fix, but anyway. You got it. I know you got this. Rigged. Absolutely. There's a really cool song called Vibe Check coming out next Friday on Champo. You guys should check it out. You guys should pre-save it at link.to/Champo Vibe Check. Love you. Oh, no. Shit. Stop. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Said I don't need anything to get me by, but you could be the one to make me change my mind. Thinking you got a hold on me so tight.
Exclamation point rate. Followed by a number from 1 to 10.
Said I don't need anything to get me by, but you could be one to make me change my mind. Thinking, you got a hold on me so tight, might just go. Let my world come down tonight. I fall for you.
Followed by an integer from 1 to 10. Strong kick, great clap, sequencing, fucking just perfect. Yeah, that little ghost kick here. Yeah, like the frequency shifted synth lead that you got going on throughout this whole thing. It's like it's kind of missing a little bit of low end there, like mids rather, low mids. It's kind of cool though, like I don't mind it. I would bring it in EQ just a little bit more to round it up. More lush that way. If you brought in like... Fuck, like... It's hard to say. It's hard to tell on the master, but like... I just boost low mids by like 6 dB. We'll do more. But just on that synth. The... Yeah. It's almost begging for like a fucking octave underneath it. I don't know. Like, is it just me? Like... Just like a... Like if you layered it with like a sine wave... layered with a sine wave that does an octave underneath. And I'm talking like... minus 12 dB, right? Just a sine wave that just shows itself there to like kind of fill up the space on the fundamental that could have been an octave lower there. Like a... Let me try that actually. But obviously it can't be saturated like this. It needs to be a pure sine with a long release and a long attack. Like, well. Like if you filled these frequencies here. Yeah, maybe. Very gently though. Like it's a tiny nitpick. Yeah, the nitpicks are so small you would have to find it through a microscope. That is true. That is a small nitpick, and I think that's all this track needs. This small nitpick.
Wanna make me change my mind.
Such a good EQ on this vocal too.
Thinking,
Oh, hold up. The delay on the vocal that does the ping pong effect. It starts on the right channel, then finishes on the left, but it sounds chaotic. It sounds like it's not eights. It sounds like it's not quarter notes rather on the delay. It's like a little bit off grid on just the wet delay. The timing, yeah, the timing is a little... It would be just great if it was just quarter notes on the timing. Yeah, it's too slow. It's like dotted. It's like dotted eights or something. But like something between dotted and regular eights. So like triplet eights or something. At this point, you might want to start high passing the vocal slightly. There we go, but a bit more. And the vocal's a bit loud at this point. There we go. I'm missing a little bit of that mids. If you, even on the master, you can just bring in a bit of the mids. I think for the next Jackbox track party pack, I need to have like an EQ that I can. Protostar has that where you can just like actually alter the track real time with his EQ, just so I can see what it sounds like with a bit more like mids and stuff. I think he's using Voxengo span for that shit, right? But through like a VST host or something. I'm trying to figure out how to do that actually. And I bet Modus has something like this on his stream or something. I haven't seen, but I bet. Dude, this is goddamn solid, man. I'm like the delay on the vocal, the adding maybe just a little bit of like a sine wave fundamental underneath the frequency shifted synth stabs during the drop. Great sequencing, fantastic structure, just great. Like it's well rounded in a way that, as it is already, is perfect to play. Like this is already releasable. This is just release material. You bet correctly, although not the browser EQ. I just download a tune and take it. Oh, I see. I think Protostar has a method of just like doing it real time. I think it's VST host. He just runs it through like a virtual instrument, and that has like a EQ open that you can do whatever you want with it. Probably shit ton of latency, as I can imagine, but whatever. This is like strong. It's a strong track, man. Fantastic idea. It's really good. Yep. By the way, you should pre-save Vibe Check. Out now? No, not out now. Shut up. What the fuck am I saying? It's gonna be out soon. On Champo, the label for the whole family. Vibe Check by Clonk. Freaking Clonker. Cock. Whoa. Bro talking about cocks and plugs. What the hell? We're just talking about music here. Shut up. Clunk. Ooh, let's see. I'm curious. Whoa! Let's go. 9.1. Good one. It's good. It's an extension called Ears Audio Toolkit for Chrome. You can EQ in real time. Wow, dude. That's cool. Okay. I'll check it out. Let me screenshot that. I'm actually very curious to actually have improvements on my stream, since a lot of you people like to watch me. I'm going to take the time and improve so we all can enjoy it together. Let's... Oh, yeah? Blazing. Oh, this is gonna be a chill out fucking track, I hope. I got a track by Blazing, who's hopefully not asleep this time. There he is. Cool. Another weirdo track that... Oh, shout out Poland. Whoa, you're right, that was cringe. So, where is it? Where's your vocal? Glazing. Oh.
Nothing from my game takes away this pain.
Yo.
White three of my jacket, no. But to see myself, cross-lane on my chest, cross-lane on my back, as I fold my hands.
The fuck? That was good. Okay. There's your Big Crush pluck right there. Whoa. Dude, this is like so much emotion built into this. Like, it's so ethereal. Like, it feels like it has so many stories to tell. Like, just your whole project seems like you've got so many like stories to tell that you tell for this like abstract fucking trip hop form. I really like it. I like the little automation on the reverb for the sub here. All of a sudden just went like full stereo, like chorus. The drums are fucking perfect throughout the whole thing. Yeah. There's a little S here, like someone says like a little something. I'm just talking. Right here, like this. What, like, it kind of takes me out of it. Yeah, that's what's happening. Big Crush after reverb. Yeah, that's the case, right? God damn, dude.
Game takes away this pain. White three of my jacket, no. But to see myself, cross-lane on my chest, cross-lane on my back, as I fold my hands.
I would put the vocal for like a tube to like gently warm it up, gently saturate it, and cut a little bit of the high end. There was a little bit too much air and crispiness to this vocal. Whereas I feel like you might have needed more like 8K on it. Like 10K. Also, because it's mono and all the stereo work is being done by delay and reverb, you could do like 20% chorus on his vocal globally. Yeah, I feel like this vocal just needed a bit more processing. It was a bit too raw, despite it, the whole like auto-tune and everything. Okay, throughout this sequence here, I feel like you're bandpassing too many elements. I feel like, especially later, like a lot of this stuff really wants to open up, but you cut all the low and high out of it, like right here. Like it's all in the background. The piano ensemble, the little pads, all the beautiful little arps you got going in the background, just bandpassed. I feel like they want to open up a little bit. Yeah. Woo! This little fucking bass out of nowhere for me. Dope. I like how it just happens once throughout the track. Love that fucking ARP too. Yeah. Yep. That's an approval from me. That's a yes from me. Fuck yeah, man. Oh, man. Man. God damn it. Fucking beautiful. The drums are just flawless throughout the whole thing. They hit so good. This is mostly for like bandpassing some of the elements that really wanted to punch through at the end but couldn't. And for the vocal, but that's EQ stuff, so that's like, you know, I just feel like you could have added more elements throughout the breakdowns too. So that's more so why it's not a 10. The 10. Now, because it's a very abstract track, which, you know, you build throughout the whole thing, with your brand, dude, the structure like this, it still works so well because there was like a tiny little breakdown in the middle. Like, it's crazy, dude. It fucking just works. Outro worked too, with that all of a sudden, that sudden subtraction of the sub. Like, it's a really good track. Like, really good. For what it is, it's fantastic. God damn. Has anyone ever had a perfect score? No. There's always something I nitpick thus far. But I think, I think once or twice there was a moment when the audience vote was pretty much like 9.8 average, or like something like that, right? Do we have Splash of Azure? We do. Beautiful. Been a while since I sent this one here. Last time you said more drums, more sub, harder sidechain, also revamped the outro to be more Botanica-esque. How did I do? Let's check it out. That's a lot of moisture right there. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. That's gonna be a quick one. I think. Super cool intro. Super cool. I like how the BPM ranks revs up. But like, you know, what do we hear here? We got an Amen break that's like, you know, somewhere in the background, which is fine. You got a little radio fucking esque Amen break. That's like, you know, at least 7 decibels too quiet. And then it gets paired up with a kick on the on beat. But the kick is high passed. It starts high passed. And then it ends on the build-up, which is, you know, this entire like synth section that shows you the whole melody progression of the track before the drop actually hits after the build-up. Right? That kind of stuff. Like the way you didn't separate it from the speed up caused a lot of the lack of impact on it. You have this like rumble that precedes the kick and almost just connects to the kick, which means you can't really give. There's like no impact on these kicks whatsoever. Like look at the waveform. Literally, compare the buildup. Compare how loud it is, right? Look at the waveform. It's fucking white, right? And then as soon as the kicks up in, it's like... And those... Bam, 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 those should be the ones that go full fucking sausage mode, right? But, yeah. Yeah, same here. You got the clicky transients. That's why you get the big spikes. But there's no sub. There's no support bass. There's no growl. There's no brum, 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 brum to drive that. And also, you don't need release on any of these. Like, the drier you make them, the string elements and stuff like that. The bram, bram, bram. You got that release. You got the reverb on them. I don't think you need that, like, at all for a section like this. Especially because you got these, like, selective little piano notes that are choked by the very next piano note completely, right? So, you want to kind of show the very digital, synthetic nature of this track, right? So if you made them like these impacts with the string, with the super saws, with the bass, with the sub, the kick, if you make these very just ones and zeros, no release, no reverb, just bam, bam. Only when you're ready, add reverb. Only when you're ready, add release when it's really needed, like for a section like this. You're saying, I don't why my stuff is always so quiet on stream. Yeah, because you didn't throw any limiter on the whole thing like this. This is, you know, that should be extremely loud. Like, essentially a section like this in peak moments should be like -3, -4. There's like no sub, no bass, no limiting, no crunch to any of these impacts. Yeah, but it's not about the strings. You have no bass here, no sub, and no, like, no support bass, you know? Like, you need bam, 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 bam. You need something. Well, now that you did a little legato note on these subs with their with that little effects, like a sweep, I could finally hear some low end and finally hear some bass that should have been like at least 7 decibels louder throughout the whole thing. That's the frequency of the kick. You need to definitely subtract some of that 370 out of that kick. It's very boxy or boomy. Which one is it? The 370? I forget modus. I think it's boxy. Having 300, like 400 is like box. Like this, yeah, boxy, yeah. And like, look how fucking bright and look at the massive amplitude between the transients and the actual meat of everything else. Like, just super spiky transients on each one of those kicks, but then nothing really, no meat, no body to follow each one of these. Now, this is fucking cool. These melodies are dope. But I feel like they should evolve rather than you showing the entire piano melody solo ensemble starting from the very fucking first bar of the drop. Like, save that piano for later. Save that piano for like 8 bars in. Love the bass line here, but it just, you know, just comes out of nowhere after there being no bass lines whatsoever throughout the whole drop. It's like there is a support bass, but it's like low pass or band pass rather. Like, you don't really have like a, you know, a sub or a bass line that supports the sub. That's probably the most important thing here. Like, once you get that, I think a lot of your troubles will go away. loud solo violin. Yeah, you need to high pass elements that are not the sub, not the drums, not the support bass, not the snare. High pass them up to like 250 hertz. Nothing below that needs to be audible. And then just leave that area from 0 to 250 for a nice gritty bass line that will follow the synth stacks, the string stacks for each one of those stabs you got there. Without that, it's just not going to have any power whatsoever. I like what you do with the hi-hat. You do the whole flutter thing, how the kick and the crash like clip against each other, against the sub, I think, because it's got that grit on it. Like right here, the crash hits with like a lot of this like ring mod, which is great. But then your master is like what, -10? Oh, my bad, -7. Probably mainly because of this violin. Like legit, once this violin kicks in, it's like you gain like 2 luffs. Yeah, exactly. And it's cool. It's a nice little high-pitched snare. Fine. Wait, so should I or should I not have a limiter on the master? Do you know what a limiter... Okay, so it sucks because I hate the word limiter, right? Because a limiter makes it sound like, oh, it needs to be... throw a limiter to make it more quiet. I think that's the misconception that you got. A limiter will basically put all the quiet parts up and cut it at, cut all the loud shit to a specific level, kind of like clip. It will basically make it way more stronger, as DJ Carnage would say. You absolutely need a Pro L or any sort of limiter at like -8 dB. Yeah. But you might need like a clipper, dude, because like even once you fix your mix down, you might need to throw a clipper on it to cut all the crazy fucking transients that you got of the first like 20 milliseconds of every single kick or snare you got. They're very, very punchy, and I don't think you need these like super, super loud punches, which your limiter will have a big trouble with. So it's better to start with a clipper and then limit. And yeah, but throwing that on the master now without fixing the mixdown first, not gonna work. But dude, this section and in general your composition is so fucking cool. It's so pretty. Like listen to what's going on here. This like the melodic aspect of it all. This little vocal, that came in here. That chroma is just, there's smoke coming out of it, dude. It's on fire, dude. Your chroma is about to burn. And that's what sucks about the old versions of chroma, because it's like the release on each one of those stabs is so long, it's almost like legato. When you throw a chroma on something that's not very clicky, it just fucking swooshes it all together into this one fucking... Actually, okay, same shit. Yeah. Way too much emphasis on melodics and mids and high end during the drop, rather than a proper gritty bass support that supports the sub. Way too much release on elements, especially throughout this section here, the intro part. Yeah, you need to put a shit ton more emphasis on the bass and the support bass, so that just some growl, some reese, some saw wave, something that will drive the sub, and only then you're allowed to bring in release and reverb on your drop elements. Yeah, cool. Melodic wise, like melody wise, damn, pretty great. Pretty great. That's why the idea is really high. High idea. So like I do want to make this longer, but I'm worried that it will be too long. Yes, do not make it longer. Like I see where I want to take it, but I just kind of have doubts how listenable it will be. Yeah, no, that's as long as you need to make it, this track. This track doesn't need to be any longer. And see, like, your drums are there. They're just not really working well with the track. You know what? Let me listen to the drums again. Those are good drums. Like, they just need to be properly gain staged with everything else. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, once again. Right, this speed up is something that every DJ playing this will be immediately cutting out of the track. But it's nice for Spotify for sure. So you technically kind of, for every DJ that wants to play this, they will have to start at this point. Basically, I just like breakdown build up thing. Yep. This one went on for a bit too long. Maybe not even. Maybe that's okay. Maybe your structure is actually pretty good, dude. It's just this that, like, it's just right here somewhere, man. Barts. Yeah. 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 Imho. Imho Frank. Imho Frankly. Frankly Imho. Oh wow, that's a close average. Look at that. Yes. Aw. Oh. Boss A Day. That's you. Let's check it out. Actually, I actually don't know what genre this is, but my friend called it hypertrance. Cool. Check it out. Oh yeah. exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. Okay, let's talk about it. Awesome. That's all I have to say. Really good. Ooh, that little open up on the delay on the ping pong thing. Yeah. This piano has more low ends than this piano has more low end than like this piano has more low end than a basement. Oh, then your mom would have been way much more funnier. Like every single piano hit on this part is like you can hear the entire fucking structure of the piano, like just fucking low end galore. You need to high pass that shit. Like 300. I don't want to hear anything below 300 hertz on this. Jesus Christ. I need to pull it up because like every time a piano hits, you see like a massive fucking just boom, 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 just in like the fucking 70 hertz area. Ow! Yeah, clean that shit up. Yeah. Ah, god damn it. I don't know, vocal. Ah, fuck it, no vocal. Yeah, this part is begging for a lead. It's begging for a lead that will be, you know, a melody that will be a theme for the song. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bring this in earlier. That shit should be immediately earlier. Like, but maybe not all of it because it's all 16s. So you maybe just want to be like, just something that will precede the fact that, hey, there's something coming in. And it's because this build up doesn't really differ that much from this section. So bring some sort of melody in at this point. Yep. Initially, I was like worried that you're gonna stay on the higher octave. Nah, what is this? D, right? Because, dude, if the track is in D minor, you can definitely fucking go no for the lower D. That would be so much more powerful. Hundreds of beavers. Wow. With a message that says, "Holy crap! You literally were the man who raised me. When I was 8, you changed my life." Oh man, I love messages like this. This is crazy. Yo, welcome to the chat. Hey, hundreds of beavers. Shout out to hundreds of beavers, man. Cool. We're doing Soundcloud Feedback, and it's a nice fucking track, if I'm honest. Yo, curious. Hundreds of beavers. How did you find out about my stream? Because I never post about them anymore. I don't mind the kick. The kick drum is kind of cool. It's very old school for sure. It's got that Gammer feel, Dougal feel from 2015. It just showed up. It showed up on Twitch, or I'm curious. Yeah, dude, for this, you can easily go. because it's D. It's the perfect frequency to go on the lower D, on the D1 instead of D2. Yeah. Yeah, the switch up. Yeah. 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 Because it would require so much effort for the switch up to work together, because it goes on a half step and then you go back to 4 on the floor and the high speed mode. It just takes you out of it. No. Think of something else. Nobody liked it in chat. Nobody liked it. No, but the rest is phenomenal. The rest is really fun. I liked it. I knew it, dude. Now, imagine if you brought in like a bell. What's that one Porter Robinson track? His biggest track? Meow, 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 meow. I forget. Language, right? I think it's language. Listen to the piano here. If you did that in this track, in the second part of this drop, with like a bell, like a high-pitched bell from like Nexus or something, and be like... something like this. Just some fucking cool like bell that like separates this first drop from obviously like the crescendo kind of exit out of the drop. That would be so cool. And yeah, don't do the growl half step thing. That's again a lot of low end in this piano. Found it on Twitch. Okay. That's so unheard of when you're just browsing and then you like discoverability on Twitch is not that easy, right? Oof, okay, you did a little jazzy little lick on this piano here. Cool, but Modus? Oof, what was that crackle here? What was that close by? Play that again here. Okay, cool. And now this part. I'm not sure about those. This little jazzy lick on that. Just turn down the velocity on the decoration notes. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. So the two notes before the main note will be just way quieter and just way less velocity. They're kind of just like doing a little flam, like, you know, really cool. Beautiful melodies. Cool idea, great vibe, super emotional. Again, these crackles here, like some clicks out of nowhere in certain channels for some reason. Yeah, cool. All right, this is dope. This is kind of dope, if I'm honest. Kind of dope. Oops. Dope. Really pretty idea. Really cool. The kicks. Yeah, the kick was a little ancient, but it worked. It worked for that particular track. In general, though, like around here, structure would have been better if it wasn't for the growly half step thing. And would have been better if you introduced the lead sooner, the ARP lead sooner throughout the build up. And it would have been better if the second half of the drop kind of evolved into more of a melodic kind of thing rather than melodic is a bad way of putting it. More of a, if it had that solo, some sort of solo on it that brings back the theme of the track, because that's kind of what the track kind of missed throughout the whole thing, like a lead that's memorable. Because an ARP, you know, it's kind of hard to memorize, like oh, you know that one track, Hypertrance by Horror, D minor by Boss Aiden. Oh yeah, the one that goes like you can kind of memorize an ARP, but like it'll be kind of cool to have like a just something that drives it, you know. But it's your choice. The fucking drop was great. The drop had really good big mix down, but you totally could have gone on the lower D, on the D1. Yeah, I vibed with it. Very biased. Wild Thornberry? I'm not sure what that is. Okay. All right. Because we're not that far into the stream. I'm not that cynical just yet. I'm cutting some slack. Remember, guys, when I said that when I do 15 tracks, it usually ends up being like 3.5 hours into the stream? How long has it been? No, I wanted to play Cat Quest, which is right here. How many tracks did we have at the beginning? We had 43, 42, 41. I think we had like 43, 42-ish. So I have only done 10 tracks. Everybody was present, so we didn't have anyone just not show up. And we are 3 hours and 20 minutes in. I started at around half an hour in. So we've been doing 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 hours and 50 minutes for 10 songs. Dude, there's no fucking way I spent that much time on a song. There's no way. There's no way. Sounds like an average time span. Yeah, dude, it's hard not to just like. There's always something to talk about in these DJ Transpond. Floating. You're just a floating pip, moving around my monitors while I work. A floating pip. A floating pip. Pip. Oh. Do we have Transponster? We do. Nice. Winning Mousetrap entry. Love ya, bruv. Hope you're doing fucking fantastic. Wait, winning or did you win? Did you win or are you planning to win? Transponster? Are you with us? I did win. Holy shit, let's go, dude. Woo! So this is the track that you won with. Do I remember correctly? Let me check. Oof. Wow.
Take it to the dark side. And I'll just let you lie. I'll just let you lie.
Who's on the vocal?
You'd have to choose a boy or the night. You leave some you while running out of time. You know I would've died for you, but I'll just let you lie. Headed to the dark side. I'll just hit the dark side. Take it to the dark side. I'll just let you lie. I'll just let you lie. I'll just let you
Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. Was this track transcoded or something? Because it felt like at times I was listening to like a 96 kbps breakdown or a 64 kbps buildup. Like certain elements were like lacking fidelity for a weird, like in a weird way. Like this was like a low quality MP3 that got uploaded, but certain elements were very high quality. So it was like a vocals came stream from now. Okay. Like right here, like this bass line, right? It's awesome, but like it's showing all the signs of like a transcoded. Like there's the high end is so cut at 16K. Yeah.
take it to the dark side.
Yeah. Very, I don't know if that's intentional, but it sounds very low kbps. I don't know, dude. I've heard some higher quality SoundClouds regarding the lack of 16 kbps. This is so pretty, though. This ping pong here was a bit too loud. The mix was a bit too high. Also, I'm not sure about like doing this for just 8 bars. If anything, I would have done 16 because it's weird. The buildup ends here, right? And then you do this like fake out, but it doesn't sound, it sounds like a breakdown, this part, right? And then it goes to the drop, which is kind of out of nowhere. If anything, I would duplicate this and then throughout the second part, the second time this is happening, do something rhythmic that brings you closer to the drop, because going from this to the drop is just a little bit out of the ordinary. Yeah, this massive slope. Makes me want to play ski jump. Whee! Whee!
You lied to me.
Like the vocal seems to be the highest quality. Like the vocal seems to be the highest fidelity of everything.
When I was dressed in white, you lied to me until the day we died.
Such a beautiful composition though, my gosh.
Treat me, and I
Whatever this is, this comes in like extremely atonal rumble, like a wind breath, inhale, exhale kind of thing here, right here.
treat me, and I was just like,
Like, what is that?
and I was just like, I'll just make you
And here, what happens with the sub here? The sub is gliding lower below the... Okay. Yeah, you absolutely need more high end. Like everything from like 8K to like 13, 14 is just non-existent. That would be dope to have it, man.
take it to the dark side.
Again, these drops just happen out of nowhere. Like I feel like you totally just kind of take away all the energy by doing these.
Take it to the dark side.
You need something rhythmic here, man. It's kind of sudden how this drop hits like this with these guys, with these things. Don't get me wrong, they're absolutely beautiful. Like the amount of filtering and like the reverb control on these is super cool. The reversals, beautiful stuff, super original. But they just take away from the energy from the actual drop later. Yeah, the shimmer, the like the reverb on this. Hold on.
You lied to me.
Yeah. I'm gonna, just to be on a safe side, I'm gonna credit this to SoundCloud being lossy, you know.
I'll just make you lie.
But your EQ absolutely needs more high end, yeah. Okay. The kick is gone. The kick is gone in this section. Super important. It doesn't work with the low end too well regarding sidechain here. Yeah, the transient of the kick gets just smooshed.
Headed to the dark side. I'll just hit the dark side. Take it to the dark side.
What's happening to the clap? Why is the clap changing pitch? Like the clap is completely washed. You can't barely like hear it because of all the elements that are covering it. Yeah, something absolutely happened to the fidelity of this track. It's like it was transcoded from a lower kbps and then brought back to waveform or something, and then SoundCloud couldn't handle it. Yeah, it's just, yeah, you're right. It's just squished from all the elements around it. Like, yeah, the more elements you bring throughout the second drop here, the more the drums transients just are gone. hear the clap at this point. Oh, now you can. Yeah, but dude, my God, the the whole idea and the atmosphere of this track. Yeah, if you add some high end, it's gonna be incredible. So original, really cool. Like, I don't remember hearing something like this before. Like where you do these like really cool filtered saw wave sweeps on the chords here. And like 8 bars into that, you just drop. I still don't know how I feel about it because it kind of takes me out of it, especially after such a powerful build-up here. That is traditional deadmau5? Damn, that's crazy. Maybe if there was more of a just anticipation build on the second, so on the last 4 bars of this part, like and the last 4 bars of this, right? So that you know that there's a drop coming, because now it's just like you have the sweeps, you have the the filtered white noise and everything, the reverb vocal and stuff, but I kind of expected 2 more of these. I expected another 8 bars instead of just dropping 8 bars of this and then 16 bars of drop and then 16 bars of drop. I expected 16 bars of this too. I don't know. Maybe my brain just works in a weird way. Oof.
Take it to the dark side.
This is super cool, actually, man. How it enters here with the vocal just like getting ducked as soon as the kick hits.
To the dark side.
Yeah, powerful. Really good control. Honestly, good control over a lot of stuff. I'm just flabbergasted by the low fidelity of the high end. It's like this was transcoded from like really low fidelity export and then just brought back to SoundCloud. Something's not right. The high end, especially, there's like artifacts in the high end that just, I don't know. Here especially, like the way this bass is EQ'd. It's got that like amp in one frequency, I forget which one.
To the dark side.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, extremely like high mids, like 4K, 3K, just kind of weird. I would EQ that different for sure. What's up, whales in the chat? Hey, oh, it's my friend Wales. Oh, you don't know Wales? Where have you been? Living under a rock? Okay, shut up. Yeah, this is fucking crazy because like I'm so torn. Because the idea is like this. The sounds are like this. Ish. The structure, kind of confusing because of those 2 fake out 8 bars of this melodic saw wave ensemble thing. But I can live with it if that's the way you do it. Then I'm like somewhere here. But the EQ and like the low fidelity on certain elements, and then the vocal comes in and it's like incredibly EQ'd and incredibly compressed and just beautiful lush vocal, and everything underneath is just like transcoded 64 kbps bass lines with like. So I'm torn on that, man. It's kind of weird. Not gonna assume anything. Not gonna assume anything. Vibe is a 10. Loved it. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. I clicked accidentally and I skipped the whole. God I will rate if I finish. Oh wait, you're still Wales. You're streaming like right now. Yo, excuse me. You're streaming right now. Yeah. Do we have Kojak in the chat, by the way? Yo. Oh, no note.
You make my head spin. You make me feel so right. You make my head spin. You make me feel so right. You make my head spin. You make me feel so right. You make my head spin. You make me feel so right.
Oh wow. What? Wow. Ooh. What a fantastic goddamn idea. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How sick is that, dude? Head spin. Fucking cool ass brand idea. Fucking synthwave, but like speed house. Like, but like melodic and like big beat almost. That is so goddamn cool. This is gonna be a bullet point list of what to fix. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10 to rate the track, and you get 5 track bucks for it. This is awesome. Until the point where the aim break comes in, or wherever the drum loop happens, it's perfect. This drum loop is it's panned to the left. Center it. Now this bass line, when you look at it, it becomes like, it goes from mountain to a fucking Tony Hawk's Pro Skater ramp. Look at the EQ. Mountain, right? Tony Hawk. Let me present that to you in a better fucking way so you can actually see it. Hold up. Mountain. Yep, Tony Hawk. So much goddamn high end added as soon as the bass line came in. My head was spinning. See what I mean? See what I did there? Yeah. Cut everything from 15K and up. Maybe like even fucking harsher than that. Yeah, no. You need to do a big, like, just a bell around like 12K and cut everything, round it off, like just shave it off at around like 14.5K, maybe 15K if you want to be brave. Yeah, you literally gave him your high end. That's exactly right, dude. I was like, okay, now that's the kind of high. Oh wait, no, that's not the kind of high end. Like just, yeah, extremely white noise, high end, heavy. This bass line, and then you got a lot of this. This fundamental, for some reason, this 139 just goes on every response here. Whenever there's nothing playing in this drop, there's just this 140 hertz just. Okay, now I'm gonna stop playing it. I'm not touching anything, and I'm not singing or humming anything, and you're gonna hear that fucking throughout the entire drop. For some reason, it's on every, like on the last eighth of every bar. No, I don't want to click it. Even here, even on the breakdown. If anything, whatever that is, put it here. Or even here. That can't be the kick, dude. No kick rings out like this. This kick doesn't ring out like this. Oh, wait, and then it rung out on the lower octave. I think I might know what you're doing. I think you're doing a brick wall high pass on certain No, that's not it. No, because that would have to only apply to a certain frequency, which in your case, it's... I don't know what that is, but something is causing that to happen. And it should be a gap. We don't want to hear like... whenever there's nothing playing. Something's ringing, making it ring out. I'm not sure what. I would need to look into your project. It would be funny if it turned out to just be the sub bass MIDI notes that you decided to put on that particular frequency on the last eighth of a bar, each bar. It should be easy to diagnose. This is like a 5-minute search on whatever causes this. And the bigger problem is you don't have this frequency, which is what you need in this track. That's what you need throughout this whole drop, right? But the thing is, your support Reese does like it goes like something like this. So you need to kind of pair it up with the sub and make sure the sub is definitely staccato and it definitely has some saturation on it so it sticks out. And do a pitch envelope on the sub for the first 23 milliseconds so it actually does like a click each time you hit it. That would add more impact. It's pretty cool. But my god, dude, the concept of this is so goddamn cool. Like just combining this and how you keep the same groove. It's so cool, and then just fucking. The idea of this flow, mwah, mwah, chef's kiss. Shout out. Yeah, again, it rung out. I wonder what that is. I love the little shimmer, like a little choir shimmer you got in the back. Really cool. I like how it never changes, even though you're changing the entire progression throughout this whole thing. Like it just progresses, right? But that thing just fits every single chord above it. Not sure about some of these chords. They're kind of, you might want to simplify some of these piano chords that go together with the low pass saw wave. Fun fact: the laugh and top synths are noises another streamer did for me and said, "Make that into a song." Yeah, man. Happy accidents. I love when stuff like that happens. Not sure about this chord here. Because above it, you already have the... You already have that, so it's kind of weird to go on this lower... It just doesn't fit the vibe. Might want to simplify these like piano. Yeah. This is what I love. And the previous track also, the build-up on the previous track, same with Cloak's tracks, the build-up is always already on the root note. Like you don't go crazy on the, on the whole melody progression throughout the build-up. The build-up is supposed to, create anticipation, which some of the recent tracks we've gone through do it really well. So shout out. The song didn't, but the high end on the saw wave sub bass, the bass line that comes in now definitely does it gets my head a spin. You got that little re-trigger on the vocal, but it's doing two notes at the same time. It's doing in the left channel. But in the right channel, you got some like residue from a different note on that vocal. It's like you kind of just exported the entire vocal with the delay and with the reverb, and then you just took like a snippet and then just re-triggered that one snippet that contains all the delay and reverb and everything on it. I think it should be just one vocal note, just like a dry no. You know what I mean? I'm not so sure about these glides on the sub here. Something's happening here that I think your sub is in parallel with the support Reese that you got on top of it, the saw wave, and they kind of just drift as you go on this glide here. Nice little voice crack there for you. Yeah, way more emphasis on the low end, please. It needs to be bum ba dum ba dum ba bum ba bum. Yeah. Yeah, that now you got this frequency. But like 2 octaves higher. Now you got this right here. A little harsh. You might want to tame that peak there with a little bell. What a goddamn concept though. What a freaking concept for the track, dude. I loved it. I absolutely loved the concept. Like legitimately, it's like a speed, like a drift house with big beat. Like, damn. Such a great concept. It's a 10. It's a 10 for the idea, 100%. Structure, 10. You know what? Sounds are pretty high too. It's the EQ that's all about. Well, for the lack of bassline and drop, like honestly, it's all just like driven by mids, and the drift of the sub, glide, and stuff like that. Just a couple issues here, but this is where you kind of, you know, this is where you need to kind of polish it up a little bit. Not too much though. More emphasis on the kicks, on the bass with the kicks. Make sure your MIDI aligns regarding sub and support. Dude, I need to hear more from Kojak. This is great. Such a cool concept. All right. Amazing. Okay. 29 in a schmaffle. Bullet. Ganymede, Ganymede, Janimad, Janimad, Jani Medicine, Jenny. What the hell is wrong with this mix, man? Okay, let's see what's wrong with it. Okay. Nothing's wrong with this. Your sub here, I wouldn't use a sub for this part. I would use an actual sub, I would use an actual bass guitar. Because you're doing something funky here on the MIDI. On the sub MIDI. It's like you're re-triggering it for some reason sometimes. Yeah, right there. This piano, obviously you got some sort of clipper on it or some saturator on it, and then what's it causing is it gets all this like grit energy in the like mid highs, but it lost a lot in the low mids. Yeah, this one. I'm guessing that's on purpose, but whatever. Mainly the drop mix is what's driving me crazy. High end, the high end 6K and above sounds ass to me. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, everything here is just fucking basically flawless. Apart from just maybe not using the sub for a section like this, I would use an actual bass guitar to do all the low notes and save the sub for the actual drop. definitely the percussion needs to be brighter, or just not brighter, louder. You got that little, like, there's like a delay on the clap there, like a, like just, I don't know, like 60 hertz delay. 60 millisecond delay, I guess. Which is cool, but I would love for this percussion to be more pronounced here. It's the sub. It's your sub that's doing some sort of weird re-trigger. Like right here, you got the okay. So the sequence of your support bass does blam, wham, 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 blam, wham, 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 blam, blam. First you got the sustain, then you got the whomps, right? But your sub does whomps in all these cases. Yeah, right here, it just did whomps. And in general, when it comes to your high end, because that's what you're kind of lacking here, right? There's like some noise in the background, like some shimmer, some wind, some breath. That just kind of takes away the energy from. Right? No, what's that? I'm not sure what instrument that is, but there's some sort of synth being played throughout this whole thing, which I don't think you need any synths for the first like 8 bars of this drop. Just the bass line, just the drums. Yeah. But in general, if we were to look at the EQ off how the drop is presented, we're sliding down a fucking ski slope here. I don't honestly there's like 2 basses there or something. You're filtering a white noise high end out of one of those bass layers, but you're not filtering it out of the main one, the main like screamo one. But there seems to be like another bass line underneath it that does all that shit. Yeah, it gets filtered towards the very end. Like it exits a low pass or something. You're saying you turned down the high end on that main bass because it sounded really harsh. No, dude, you need to bring it back. It needs a lot of this like, literally just white noise saturated together with it. So it's the classic of what you would do for like a sub bass that you want to have that air in it. And I'm preaching to the choir here, but I think you should absolutely bring back the high end on that bass line. But it's not just the bass line that lacks high end in this whole thing. It's a fucking ski slope. You need like a lot of that 12K. But it's the muddiness of the sequencing of the MIDI of the sub versus the support scream bass. The MIDI doesn't follow. Especially here. Your sub is unstable in this one sustain. And again, less is more, especially for a drop like this. I feel like if you decrease or just completely get rid of that synth that you got going in the background, whatever that is for some reason there, and that shimmer, any sort of reverb from the cymbals, from the drums, and just fucking drive this entire thing with a really clipped version of this bass line. And just, simplify the fuck out of it. Simplification, I think, was gonna just help you tremendously here. Yeah. Because everything up until this point was just pure love. There's like nothing that I can complain about here apart from the sub here. And oh yeah, and this percussion being a bit too quiet, but that's like, Oh. Kind of feel like it needs something like this. Just, you know. Because your screen base is mostly operating at around like fucking 2 to 4K here. Not even. That's like 1.3K, where the most like of most of the format of the base is. It needs that 12K. Yeah. Gotcha. Perfect. Okay, dude. Because so far, I'm like struggling to complain about anything apart from these 3 things that I mentioned. Wow. Like just wow. Wowzers. Yeah, dude, it's like, nah, it's like right here. The choice of that sub and the percussion being quiet, that is a sound issue. Yeah, just for the sub. The percussion, not. That's a mixed thing. Structure so far. Like right here, dude. Mostly because of the lack of high end, and mostly because of some amplitudes, some gain staging with that percussion. But like, it's like a 8.75. Yeah. 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 This is a very, very promising one. It's crazy. Crazy how promising. Oh, I misspelled wowzers. Surprised by chat. Very surprised. Visor music. Yo. Finally getting back into making music again after a lot of mental health shiz, as in starting a new project. So here's a remix I started that will hopefully end up being my 3rd official Searle remix. Man, this thing fucked me up. This thing right here, like. One, two. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Intros. You know what? Like, it's definitely a visor intro. But this one might be too aggressive from the very start, dude. Mainly because of the release on, like, if you just did the kick, maybe. And this literally just spoils the drop. Like, having these sustains just from the get-go like this, just I think that just spoils it. This is awesome. So far, so good. This vocal is, you know, it's talking through a fucking trash can, right? You got. These are the frequencies it's going through mostly. Like when you look at the spectrum. Right here, right? Like you, I don't know why you decided to filter it in such a way. Like it would be way better if it was full spectrum for like. It's all just like right here, situated around 600. And also you got this really clicky. Oh, the original is like that. My God, what the f were they thinking, dude? I see. The clickiness of these like whatever that is, like a super bright tambourine. Just extremely, just spiky. 11.4 thousand hertz to be precise. Please get rid of that. So this vocal is like 4 decibels too quiet. But then it's gonna ring out a lot in this 600 hertz area. So I don't know. Just wanna tame that shit. Use some soothe on it, and then just push up the vocal. This is super strong. Great part. And when you do a delay like this, you might want to do ping pong. It would be more fun if it was left, right, left, right. I'm not so sure about these vocal retriggers. If only they were like in key, but you're doing like no, fucking no, no, like just like that vocal retrigger, the frequencies that's being generated by that retrigger needs to fit the track more. Not so sure about those notes on that. Just like it sounds like net 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 net. It's giving me Mario vibes, that one, in like the worst way possible. If you don't like me at my you're gonna hate me at my this point, we skip this whole part. And we go straight here. But okay, I gotta talk about this elephant in the room, dude. The boominess of this kick here for this half step, if you if you fucking really have to do this half step drop for this part, then yeah, that kick is just super boomy and long and just kind of takes away from... Yeah, and the snare sounds like something between a clap and a snare, and it just sounds like someone just hitting like a trash can that had a bunch of like slinkies on it. Am I right? Let's listen to that snare again. It's think of like a trash can, like one of those old school Tom and Jerry ones, like the silver ones, like the steel thing with like a just, you know, and it has a bunch of slinkies on it. Like, picture that, okay? These are already, like, used slinkies. Like, all the kids already played with them for, like, half a year. They've been, you know, gathering dust on the shelves and stuff. Like, 7 slinkies on top of a lid of one of those old-school Tom and Jerry trash cans. Okay, that's the snare. Listen. That was kind of close. There's not that much slinkage to it. You need a doof, maybe a doof, like a doof, one of these, doof, in key, right? Like if you really want to do that fucking have, like if you fucking really want to do that, then yeah, sure, do a doofy snare, you know? And then skip this whole part, obviously, and then, this is probably the best fake out you've done. I love it. Because it got me. If it wasn't for the fact that I was looking at the waveform, I was like, oh, okay, that's a drop, I guess. And then... A really good fake out. Really well done on this one. I don't mind this Moomba thing either. It's pretty cool. DJ Poseidon 18.
Welcome.
Not so sure about this snare again. Again, it might be like more of a doof or a... This is like a trap snare with some fucking wood block on top of it or something. Trace, bass. Sometimes your pride don't pride enough. But hey, strong track, dude. Strong goddamn track. I have to admit, just too long, just a bit too long. I would keep it below 4 minutes, honestly, as much as you can. Second half of the intro with the kick. Second half of the intro. Okay, let's check it out again. What do I think about the second half of the intro with the kick? So somewhere here. What should I replace in the spot? Oh, this. Oh, just a kick. And you can just do, I don't know, some sort of like you could do something crazy. You could do like an acid or with the kick, without obviously the sustained bass. Dude, honestly, in all of your previous tracks, all you were doing is like just the kick, and it worked. Just having the kick works because this already kind of spoils the amount of low end you're gonna have in this. You know what I mean? Yeah, just keeping the kick, honestly. Or maybe, you know what? Because you got like a bass line here, right? But it's like quick release. For this part, just do the kick. And for this part, take the bass line from here and move it here. That's it. That's what I would do. Gosh darn strong, dude. Gosh darn strong. Beautiful idea. Sounds are strong, minus the snares and claps. Structure, kill me. Mixmaster, yeah, like, yeah, like somewhere here, dude. Great vibe of the saw stacks, the melody stacks and stuff. No issues there, no dissonance. Vocal has enough room, but mainly like the mix down of vocal just kind of bothered me. But yeah, dude, strong. This is definitely, that's the thing. This is just nitpicking, you know. This track is already playable. You could totally play it already. The sounds is mostly the boxiness of the kick and the half step drop on the first drop thing. And the snares. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah,
Visor with a vision. With a
yeah. Wow, that was a close average. Did you see that? Woo. Woo.
Obsessed.
Excuse me. Do we have PRNVDEV music in the chat? Do we have music? Let's play some Cat Quest, I guess. Oh, he's a developer. Dude, Cat Quest just fucking rocks, dude. Rocks my socks off, dude.
Hey, we're still looking for one person to join. About 10 seconds from now. Hey, it's okay though.
I mean, do I keep waiting or do we move on? I think we're gonna move on, folks. No move on, he says. Oh. No. Comma. Move on. Right. Reptivum in the building. That's why I always just Reptivum is like the best pre-drop goddamn fucking vocal, dude. Reptivum. I mean, like, your name is designed to be a pre-drop vocal, dude. Just some general feedback wanted. This is a little out of my norm genre-wise. Going for an old school mixed with modern vibe. Let's check it out. I'm telling you, man. Rap them up. Rap them up. Oh. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10
as we continue with the breakdown of this particular track.
The guitar chugs are panned to the left for no reason. The vocal is panned to the right for no reason. Look how sweet that is. Fucking 28 seconds in, already dropping. Just enough of a brill, just straight to the point, dude. I like that. I like that. The guitar is a sample from live recording. That's why it's panning on it. Yeah, fix that and forgot to put it in mono. And yeah, the vocal also needs to be in the center. Oh, it's centered here. But then everything before it, it's panned to the right. Again, what's happening with the sub? It's like cutting out. Is the sub a synth? Is the sub like a patch, like a serum patch, a sine wave? Or is it a sample? Curious. It's in serum. Okay. I think the sidechain needs to be longer on the low end, at least. But again, if you start playing around with multi-band sidechaining, it's just all a mess, and then you always end up reverting to just global sidechain. So I'm thinking just prolong the sidechain so that it lets the low end of the kick a bit more through, because currently the low end of the kick doesn't punch through in certain notes. Obviously, when the sub reaches the fundamental of the kick on certain notes, like do-do-do-do-do, I think it's the higher note, one of the higher notes that it kind of collides with. That's when it becomes an issue. So yeah, just a longer sidechain will fix that for sure. But there's something fundamentally weird here, dude. It's like you got some crazy amount of limiting on a certain group. Like you're kind of limiting a... Like, is the sidechain trigger definitely on 1, 2, 3, 4 and not some crazy syncopated rhythm here? Because the Skrillex call, great, but then the response, everything just gets ducked randomly, even when the kick isn't happening. Like, or maybe... Oh. Okay. There's a massive gap in EQ in the lower mids. And I think like the Skrillex call is just a little bit too loud. Just like maybe 1.5 dB, right? So turning that down will automatically give you more room to work with regarding the response, because the response just got like, it's got nothing on the call. Like the Skrillex call just destroys the response. You got those like basses, but they're so inconsistent regarding volume. The gain staging needs to be fixed a bunch. One of these basses is like super screamy to the point where it just like hits these very nasty frequencies, like 2.7, I think, or 1.4. And yeah, some of them are panned to the right, like one of these. A little bit too wide, definitely way too loud, like it needs to be minus 3 dB. Yeah, something's not right there. Yeah. Saturating the sub is going to help a shit ton. If you add a bunch of harmonics to that sub, you're going to feel much better. And that alone will not fix the lack of low mids. I feel like the Skrillex bass is high pass just a little bit too much, maybe, and that creates a gap as well. You did a little snare before the second part of the drop here. This one kind of timid. Do a Prida, like a. Yeah, everything is very like fundamental based and a lot of just high mids, but there's not much going on in the low mids here. Those are the frequencies the kick and the clap together is given. Yep. Your kick is, therefore, boxy, because it's in the 330 hertz range. It's got that boxy fucking click to it. I feel like your name drop needs to be more like like staccato. Fucking kong kong kong. Yeah, the guitar that's panned. The panning is not the only issue. Every time you re-trigger this guitar, it's doing like there's a bunch of low end in the right fucking channel for some reason. Even though the guitar is panned to the left, there's noise in the right channel every time you re-trigger it. No, actually it's centered. It's like someone like rustling some leaves, like. Every every time the guitar re-triggers like this. The snare has a bigger impact on the response rather than the call. And what happens in the call here? Yeah, these like crazy growl reeses. The clickiness of the snare doesn't match the clickiness of the kick. Yeah, again, big gaps. It's like you have a lot of these basses way too high passed. Like, it's like you're high passing them around like 500 hertz or something ridiculous. Yeah, I would high pass them at like 250 and see what happens. Apart from, of course, saturating your sub. Yeah, that's about it. That'll be good. Good, really good concept though. Really fun concept. Like big throwback for sure. Throwback vibes. Throwback vibes. Very cool idea from the concept of like, and then the speed up. That was very first export, so definitely a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, you mix and master. Around like mainly for the random panning, like, but that's a mix master issue actually. So that's like a 5. Structure though, decent structure. And because the track has the word vibe in it, it basically uses up all the vibage. So I'm just gonna keep it at like, all right. So exclamation point rate in the chat, followed by a number from 1 to 10. Good vibe. It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Let's go. Let's go gambling. All right. So many track bucks, huh? You guys are crazy. You should check out the shopkeeping and spend those track bucks wisely. Don't spend them all at once. Wow. Xylo kill. Whoa. Money. Same. Vincent. Let's hear it. China Lore 101. Okay. Yeah, Cat Quest. Let me just play Cat Quest. Oh, that was Vincent. Sorry. the stats show up, like, you know, strength, how much experience you got, and then S tier for this particular boss battle. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. Exclamation point rate. I mean, it's fantastic. It's just flawless up until the point where the drums come in, and it feels like a lot of the energy is on the synths and on the brass instruments and on the flutes and on everything else but the kick and the guitars. Yeah, but we'll get to that. Okay, Modus. What do you think about that, Modus? Yeah, right here. I feel like a lot more energy could have been given to the guitars. A lot more grit, a lot more like high mids. Even the brass has brighter transients than the guitar here. I think finally I can't complain about drums being a bit too quiet in a Vincent track. I think this is good volume for drums. Apart from a moment like this, like compare the volume of the snare here, the build-up snare, versus, I don't know, let's say the flute. It just dies underneath all of this. Yep. Way more low end. It just, this needs like don. Fuck. Oh my god, look, I just added it. Okay, this is without. And this is with. You see what I mean? Bro, come on. So easy to add a sub. Love this progression here, dude. Please. The pan flute. I didn't notice the pan flute at the end. My gosh, dude. What the fuck? I don't know, just every Vincent track is just such a journey. It makes me miss like Silk Road Online and stuff. Shout out, dude. Exclamation point rate. Followed by a number from 1 to 10. Whew. RPG at thanks, Wales, for the raid. Welcome Wales people. Welcome whale people. We're doing SoundCloud feedback on another episode of something we call Jackpot Trick Shot. Prick. Welcome, Arthas Dubs. Welcome, Wee Whale. Cobalt. No, you said Wee Whale, but your name is Cobalt. Avada. Yo. Thanks for the raid, Whales. You legend, dude. You fucking just legend, dude. Welcome to chat. This is your chat. This is where you are right now. This is where you're gonna sit. Right there. Right there. Don't you move. While we go through the rest of this feedback that I owe to Vincent. This is mainly for the fucking super quiet sub on the rock part and super quiet snare later. And just too much energy towards the synth, the brass, the flutes, and not enough on the guitars and the low end, which is kind of common with Vincent, I've noticed. But this time, his drums were at the good level, so I'm happy for sure.
Approved.
11? What the? 11 viewers voted? What the is wrong with you, chat? What do we got? 11 people watching? Do we have 10 people watching? Do we have 12 people watching? Huh? Fuck. All right, let's pull it. By the way, yeah, submissions are closed, but we're doing this every week. So next Saturday, we're going to be doing jackpot trick. Shut up. Jackpot trick. We got Avis music. Avis music. Yeah. Avis. Avis. What? The We do not have Avis. I need to play some music, dude.
I don't think Avis is with us. But guess who is? Me and my whole group of friends. Hey, I hear you're new here. Well, welcome to the town. That's right. We're a big community here. Oh, me? I'm just a guy.
I just love the fucking dialogue in these RPG games that they've always done. Like, if you like, it's always just text being displayed on the screen that you always just skip through because you want to get to the first quest, right? But like, if you were to imagine their voice, like imagine you start a Maples, you fire up any old MMORPG from South Korea, and then you just like you enter the town as a brand new character you've just created, and you listen to the music, which is usually this, right? And then, like, you see a character, like, introducing you to the town and shit. And it's like a hamster.
Hey! Glad you came! Oh, me? I'm just a simpleton. But hey, check out Jeffrey's at the fucking barber shop. He's got a quest for you.
Like, just fucking... Alright, do we have, Avis music? Oh, there he is. Oh, my God, I'm glad I talked about fucking Cat Quest just then. Oh, no note? Alright.
Check it out.
I finally feel alive. I finally feel real. Nothing underneath to hide. I only need what's real and feel alive. Wanna feel real. Finally feel alive. Alive, alive, alive.
Very cool little variation on the progression here towards the end. Dun, 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 dun. I like how you do that. Like, dun, dun, dun. I love that, and I like that it's a theme throughout the track. So that's dope. Okay, I think this is gonna be like a bunch of nitpicks that I have. That's only gonna possibly make the track a little bit better because the track is super solid as it is.
Nothing underneath to hide. I only need what's real and feel alive. Wanna feel real, finally feel alive.
In general, I'm not a big fan of spoiling the sub bass as a pure sine wave throughout the build up like this. Yeah, sure, you can do it, but it's just I would rather do like a low pass saw wave, slightly detuned. The very first kick had a little click to it that made me think like there's some zero crossing issue with like a clip not being properly faded in. There's like might be the vocal being cut off or like a EQ being turned off as like the moment you start the kick. There's like a click. I'm not sure if it's on purpose. It sounds a little bit not really lush for it to be like a kick, like a click that was there as a transient of a kick, because the remaining kick hits don't have any transients on them. They're just like very rounded and low passed. So that made me realize like that might just be like a clip, the vocal clip being just cut right there. So the stutter vocal that starts the drop, it's too legato still. I feel like you still need to chop it up, and each one of the transients of the vocal stutters needs to be way more clicky, because it just, that's what it sounds like. It's just like faded in rather than, you know what I mean? More staccato. Yeah, but you can do a fucking transient shaper on it and just do it more clicky. And I think that'll be way better, especially since you're going for a way more bass music approach here. And if anything, I would continue to stutter for the first 3 bars instead of fading it into reverb like this, like you're doing every second bar. I would do it every 4 bars. Like, so that you continue to, and then only on like bar 4, you bring in the reverb, wash it, and then boop, starting bar 5, you immediately go back to the stutter. Yeah. Absolutely. The vocal is supposed to drive this whole thing, and you expect the listener expects for the vocal stutter to drive the entire fucking thing for at least 4 bars, but then you just fade it out, then you just get rid of it partially. Yeah. You need that stutter. That stutter needs to be driving the whole thing. Don't get me wrong, it's really good. Like, you can tell that you have control over that reverb. You know, little micro edits here. And it's a cool little variation, but I feel like all of these reverb variations and all these like the sudden subtraction of the vocal stutter on bar 3 and stuff like that just takes away from the power and the simplicity of what the drop could be. Even here, with these like, with these new notes for the vocal, those could just be 16 stutters. Ooh, especially, oof, dude, this is gonna be a strong track once it's done. You know that, right? Kind of wish that little snippets of vocals like this you do towards the end of a phrase would be more stereo. This was just extreme mono. And it isn't until the actual stutter comes in later, which is cool because like you want to do, it's one of those tricks that we talk about on the stream where you have a build-up that you automate the pan width to be pure mono right before the drop, and the drop finally makes it white again. But you are halfway through the drop, sir. So I'm just saying, this vocal might want to be stereo for this part. Really good kick, really good clap. I like that little snare clap thing. Good shakers, because you're doing a slight swing on this vocal, and that shaker like goes together with it pretty well. The only thing I think, like the offbeat hi-hat shaker might be a bit too bright compared to everything else. Yeah, when you're doing a low-pass filter automation like this towards the end of a phrase, and you only do the drums and this like the shaker and stuff, I would also do the same thing for the bass line. I feel like since you're already doing a dial down, the bass line will be good for it to follow the drums as well, so it doesn't, you don't have the remaining high end in the bass line as the drums are already basically gone. Oh, I think you started too late. Yeah, you do two separate low pass automations, right? You do the first one for the drums and the second one for the bass line. I feel like they should go together at the same time. This is awesome. The piano's a bit buried. I feel like maybe even higher velocity hits could work here. There we go. That's kind of what I wanted. And notice how a lack of low end here brings you more anticipation to what's coming later, whereas here you had that sine wave sub going through the whole thing, right? And I feel like this part, being so extremely high passed, kind of makes you more tense, which is good. And then it only bring it in later throughout the build-up. Which I am torn about that sub bass being here, but yeah. And now that you hit the drop, there's like a lack of sub almost compared to what you had in the build-up. Look how lush this sub here is, right? And then you get to the drop and it's kind of like lacking. Definitely want to do the opposite. Oh, I love this little fucking progression here on the how you switch up the chords. Super cool. Wait, there's a piano going through here? Oh, there's like these piano hits from before. Oh, and they go through the drop. Oh, and they get like stuttered too. I can barely hear that, obviously, honestly. They're a little bit buried, man. They're a little bit, I'm not even sure if you need them there, if I'm honest. Because these are like low register chords in a piano, but it's high passed and it's high velocity. So they're like just kind of colliding with a bunch of stuff there that I don't think you don't necessarily need them there. You want to come them to come out there if I disrupt the bass. Yeah, I would make them. They're already pretty selective for the second drop, the piano chords, but I'm not sure if they work with this bass line. I mean, they do when it's a response, when they work as a response, but when they collide with the bass line sometimes, which they do. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Every 2 bars for the last half a bar would be good to have that piano. exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10 to vote on the track. Even if you're not a music producer, you're still gonna get 5 track bucks added to your account. I love this. Towards the end, maybe you decreased the signal of the sidechain, but it wasn't sidechaining the vocal anymore. Oh, it is. My bad. Cool. Beautiful. Fucking just, I don't know, just such a good quality today, folks. I'm really proud of you. Real good. What the? Real good. Quality. Oh, quality. Fantastic idea, dude. Really loved it. This is also pretty high, dude. Like, the drums were perfect. Bassline was great. It's just a choice of when to bring a certain element needs to change. So that's a mix master issue. Mainly the lack of consistency on the vocal stutter. That was like kind of just bar 2 of the drop. You're already like, oh, not as powerful as bar 1. You know what I mean? Other than that, though, fucking perfect structure. Nothing that I would change about the structure there whatsoever. Vibe was phenomenal. If it wasn't for the sudden lack of vocal stutter throughout the remaining bars of the drop, but hey, I can't subtract that much. So to me, this is a really good goddamn track, dude. Okay, 19 viewers. I can stomach that. I can stomach 19 people voting out of the whatever 25 we got watching. Come on. You got it. Yeah. Let's check it out. Oh. Darius. Caladrius. Excuse me. Alright. Tried to fix some issues we discussed last time. Fuck this track. Oh. It still has some problems with panning, I guess. Tell me, oh great dubstep master. Oh yeah, this shit. Oh chat, this is good. CMOtus, dude, thank you so much for popping in as always. Woo! Yeah, those are good luffs. Those are decent levels. Yeah, they're good. It's that 1.6K still being a villain, and I do remember it being a villain, a culprit last time too. A lot of that really harsh resonances, like just throughout a lot of element. Random in the chat. Welcome. Yeah, even just that little thing, whatever this was. This spike, you know, just spikes around 1.6K. If you throw a SUV on 1.6K, like a nice little fucking scooperoni, it's gonna help so much. Yep. Ugh, I just want to like just throw a SUV and be done. Just throw a SUV at 1.6K and just be done, dude. Just be done. I got no issues with the panning in this track whatsoever. Everything's awesome. The only thing I want to say is, like, this is a bit too long, and it doesn't evolve that much to warrant it being this long, I think. Oh, in second drop. Okay, gotcha. Like, let's split this into two separate parts of this first drop. Like, if you were to add some stuff to this that weren't here, such as... It's like the same. All you do is just you add like a harmonic on one of those leads, the staccato things. I don't think it warrants it being this long, unless you add like a, I don't know, like a gritty sustain going through it, like a ooh, imagine that, like You ever played Splinter Cell? Or you listen, or let me ask you this: have you ever heard any Guy Arthur track? How he has that one Sam Fisher Splinter Cell night vision goggles boot up sound. This one, literally just a sine wave going from like here, or like from here to like all the way up, and you just, you know, if you had that go up gradually, like just fucking throughout this entire half. Of course, when there's, you know, sometimes you would need to get rid of it for like responses and stuff, but just something that just keeps rising throughout this whole second half. That's one idea. You see my point? Like, just something that just fucking just like wall of sound, like, holy fuck, where is this going? Kind of shit type shit. But dude, everything else, I love it. Like the 1.6. But okay, let's get to the panning issue in the second drop. I don't know what you mean here. You too, DJ Transponder. Thank you so much for everything today, dude. issues. I don't hear any panning issues here. It's fucking dope. If anything, I want you to maybe like enhance certain frequency band in one of these like ARPs that you got here. Some resonance on side at the first part. Yeah, there's some crazy like left, right shit going on, but like that's kind of cool. Like I don't see any issue there, honestly. Dude, yeah. No issue, in my opinion. Yeah, obviously the clap is just crazy on a 1.6K, but like that's its vibe. But it needs to have, that's a good point actually. Maybe the clap should have more like a, like on the first 50 milliseconds of it, give it more volume. Just and soothe some of that 1.6K. But that goes global. That just goes throughout your entire track. Like the 1.6K in your track is insane. Yeah. The clap fellas and a bunch of the stuff on the vocal initially, when you have the vocal going through this like tube, some sort of amp that you go, you put it throughout the intro here. Like that is just a pure fucking 1.6 needle right here. Yeah, so just throwing like a soothe on 1.6 would work. My god, though, this track though. And another thing I think I remember that I suggested you do in the previous version of the track was shorten the clap. Was that one of these things? And I don't know if this is the shortened clap already. I think it might still be a bit too long if you shortened it already. Yeah. Such a strong track. And obviously, dude, when you come in, just saying, like, on the second drop, okay. Oh yeah, it is shorter here. That's true. It's like if you come in, I don't know where you want to release this, but like if you come into a label and the label will see -1 LUFS on the drop, like it's a tough sell. Just from experience, okay? Like, especially if it's a part of some sort of package or like a compilation album of that particular label or however you want to package this. My silly experience from the Sans remix, it was part of a package and all the other people didn't end up pushing the loudness of their remixes that much of the Undertale pack. I did. And I was told to dial it down severely. I think eventually I ended up at like -5 on the Sans remix, but I played a -2.3 version, obviously. Good shit. Good shit. Great shit, I might say, even. Champo declined? No, that's unheard of. That's exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. Approve. Seek might. Are you Australian? I still thought doing an Australian accent might be funny, so I'm keeping it. Yep. Yep. No. 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 Seek my. It's crazy. It's honestly kind of crazy. Kind of wild. Thanks, Adobe Acrobat was updated successfully. Changes will take effect next time you restart your system. Full stop, no spacebar. Click here to... Okay. Good job, Adobe, on no spacebar after full stop. What is this? What is this, chat? Malware! The real madman. Oh boy. More remixes. Woo! This one got played out by the artist himself at a show that headlined Virtual Riot. Holy shit. Really? That's sick, dude. Let's go.
I have seen countless worlds fall to this deadly machine. Mere mortals stand no chance against it. And I fear it may come for us.
Okay. Yep. Jesus. I need water, man. This is f***ing exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10.
I have seen countless worlds fall to this deadly machine. Mere mortals stand no chance against it. And I fear it may come for us.
It's kind of weird what the sub is doing there. Like, I kind of felt like you could have done a band pass rather than a low pass automation. It could have done a sweep across the spectrum rather than just open up the high end. Especially because like the sub here is so like it's got that envelope, that pitch envelope on it. The boom 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 boom. It goes from like an octave above it to its correct note. Good night, Calator GS. Good night, Darius. Thank you for popping in.
Hey, yo!
definitely could have used some more low mids. Definitely could have used some of that. But this still works. This still works as a build-up perfectly. Really would have been cool to hear those hi-hats ring modded against the kick. Like fluttered against the kick. That would have been so much powerful. So much more powerful. But like, it's still like hearing the hi-hat crunch against the kick, that would have been so much sick. I like that this build-up just goes straight in. It doesn't let you catch your breath whatsoever. It's awesome. It's that one spike. I don't know where it is. It's like probably fucking 12K or something. It's that one little... This one. Yeah. Tiny little spike here. It happens like once a bar. At 10K or 9.5K, there's like a little spiky needle. Splatter dash. Love the second half though, dude. It's awesome. It could sound kind of crazy without the kick on the clap though. That would have been like a lot of energy, like relying on the clap, like that would have been woo. Maybe for the second half, that would have been cool. Whoa! I mean, what am I saying here, dude? This is like pure gold at this point. The real madman in the building. The real man in the building. Oops. You're still working on it, but I'm already gonna give it like. It's just like immediately throws you into the deep waters, which is awesome. In Bloom Sound. Welcome to the stream. That little spike. That's about it, dude. Like it I don't see a world where I will ever rate one of your tracks lower than like somewhere around here. It's fucking crazy. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. Endless FLP, welcome. What the fuck? Woo! Damn, I mean... play some Cat Quest music. Because I need to just like do a palate cleanser here. Jesus Christ, man. Whew. Okay, I feel like I've been streaming for 6 hours. Have I? And we still got 21 tracks to go through. Let me just... 5.5, Jesus. How? Like... Kofchi. Kofchi. Yo. There we go. Little something something. Very old school bro step. Let's check it out. All right. Interesting. Okay. There's going to be a bullet point list, I think, regarding what to fix, because we got a rapid fire. Really pretty, though. Really nice and quirky. Exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. And if we get any less than 20 votes, I end the stream. is cool. The only problem here is you got sustained supersaw stacks, but your sub doesn't really follow that. Your sub doesn't do bam, 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 bam. So it's a pick one. You know what I mean? If anything, I would go for the more staccato route, more the brown, 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 brown for both the support stacks and the sub bass. Yeah, this is problematic. I wouldn't do this part. It's a bit of a mess regarding melodics. The sub shouldn't follow these like notes that some of the lead follows. The sub should always stay on a root, especially for a build up like this. Bam, 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 bam. Like you don't want to go do 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 do. You don't want to hit those notes on the sub here. Yeah, it takes away from like the emphasis on the impact that the drop will have later. This is good like good practice for the high pass automation and stuff, but you left the hi-hat. The whole hi-hat sequence just keeps going. If anything, I want you to swap it with like a just a fucking snare build-up or a clap on every 2 and 4, but then it switches to 4 on the floor. Really good fill. I like this little fill. Really nice and like fucking sploinky. The problem is, if you are using sidechain on a kick, you also have to use it on the snare. Your sidechain goes on 1 and 3, not just on 1 in dubstep like this. Which now I'm realizing you're not using sidechain whatsoever because your sub is completely untouched by the kick. Yeah, none of your sidechain is strong. These sidechains need to duck everything up to minus infinity for like the first 16th of a bar. Yeah, a response like this is fine to dial down the sidechain just a little bit, like 50% mix, but then anything that's not a response like this, you want a heavy minus infinity sidechain. Which unfortunate key is this? G? G sharp. Jesus Christ. Right. So you do this is pretty cool. You do you change it later because you add like kicks for every bass stab that you do. But in here you don't do that. So I have a chance to actually listen to those bass stabs when they do the triplets. Yeah. You had the but then when there's like a sequence of like a 16th sequence right after the triplets here, and your sub is just doing staccato notes, but it sounds like a one sustained legato note. So I would want you to kind of just make it all parallel, decrease the amount of sub overall, the amount of moments when the sub is even active. Yeah. Because it's just like constantly driving it through that G sharp, and it's just a little, is that even? It's a good sub though. It's got a nice harmonic and everything, but yeah, for sequences like this, when the support bass is extremely quiet here, by the way, it should be way louder. The sub, it just needs to follow it. It can't be a sustained sub for a moment like this. Yeah. And these supersaw stacks here, when the lead comes in and stuff, these support stacks, the right, the supersaws, they need to be full spectrum, dude. They can't be bandpass like this. You need to add way more notes. It sounds like they have maybe 5 notes per stack. It needs to be like 9 notes. It needs to span like the entire spectrum. Just bam, 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 you know? Yeah. Now, the snare transient is a bit too dim. That snare needs to punch through. But yeah, sidechain is going to definitely dig it out of there. But EQing up the high end of the snare would help too. And boy, if you still have an opportunity, if you still have a possibility to lower the key of the entire track from G sharp to like D sharp, which is a complementary key, by the way, it will be way stronger. This is cool. It's got that big crush on it on a large amount of bandpass, which I'm fine with, but just like, I don't know. And by the way, this entire section, like your drop is at a very healthy minus 4.5 dB LUFS, right? Minus 4.5 LUFS. And then your breakdown, you can't even see it. Like you can't. It's minus 20. You need to gain stage that way better. So quiet moments like this cannot be this quiet. Because then you bring in a kick and look how loud all of a sudden it is. Insane. Cool little bit crush sequence. I like that. But I feel like you need a bit more in the low mids here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Just some sort of bass line that would follow this. Especially when the drums come in. Like I don't know, just... Just something to not just have the drums pop in, but also something else. Emo pause. Welcome. Okay, a section like this won't work because there was no build up to it, and it's just like it's a non-section in dubstep. Like it's, and then you continue it for like 8 bars, right? For a section like this, you don't want to have staccato sub. You don't want to have these like legato subs like this with the supersaw stacks. For something like this, that's not a drop and not a breakdown, I would do just 8s. Just 8s bass stabs. And have the supersaw stacks follow that too. So no, just you know, because it's not a drop, so you don't want to make it seem like you want it to be a drop. Right, this is where you do the multitudes of kicks on every bass stab. Maybe too many kicks. Nice little high string added on top of it, but maybe a bit too early. Maybe you want to add that like in the last half of the drop. Doing a random breakbeat, like 2 bars of breakbeat here for the response. Again, that won't work. You need to maintain a half step. That will just confuse people. I wouldn't do the okay. The triplet kicks that go parallel with the bass stabs, cool, but like maybe for the second half, maybe don't start with that. Maybe that will be like the crescendo kind of element that, you know. The bigger problem here is the lack of sub following the support bases. Like in broader terms, just the support base is not very heavy. It's just this like formant of like a FM kind of bass line. And it's high pass, which is good, but like it causes a bit of a gap between the sub and the support bass. Very pretty melodies though. I like it. Very, very quirky, nice little like candy cane atmosphere. I liked it. These fills, these drum fills are super cool too. Yeah, but dude, shortening the snare as well, just making it, just, you know? And without sidechain, dubstep's not gonna work. Yeah. But good. But good. Idea is nice. Nice little quirky, colorful atmosphere. A shame it's a G sharp. That's why I'm, you know, it's just no need for it to be in G sharp. Sounds are cool. It's just like, you know, the drums are mostly lacking in impact, so it's because of that snare being like this kind of old school kind of shit. Yeah. It's mostly because of like the lack of impact in the support bases. Like they're not really growly. Like they are, but they don't follow the sub well. Like they don't have these like, they don't have the oomph. Layering another bass line in there would help tremendously. And making the sub staccato to kind of fill it. Structure though, okay. If it wasn't for like that one non-drop part that goes in the middle. So it like, it is kind of here. Yeah. Oh, what the heck? Yeah. Dude, like, without sidechain, beautiful vibe though. Very cool. Old school for sure. Would be better if it wasn't G sharp, but yeah, just saying. Cool. Great. Hey, look at that, dude. We're in yin yang agreement again. Trip. Soul shift music. There we go. K-pop remix, LaMayo.
머릿속에 있는 덕자로 좀 빼앗게 안 먹게 지른 좀 어때 내가 봐
What the? know I usually complain about sidechain, but like, you know, relax. Like, exclamation point rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. What a vibe. What a groove. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and drop. Is all I'm saying. Yeah. The drop comes in 2 bars too early. Now, when the drop does come 2 bars too early, there needs to be a clear separation from the entire musical like ensemble of what's going on here and what the low end should be doing. I feel like the intro and the build up, they have this beautiful bass line with the, you know, with the finger taps and stuff. Clangy bass line. That transferring over to the drop, I'm not sure if it works. I feel like the bass line, like the bass in general, or the low end structure in general for the drop, it should be way more stable. The low end here is, first of all, extremely inconsistent and like unstable, and it doesn't fill the low end of the drop. Like even from the waveform itself, you can kind of tell like the intro is sometimes even louder than the drop. Like, but let's check it out. You have no bass here. There's like no low end, nothing to drive the low end grit of the track. The amount of sidechain is so extreme that it just becomes kind of messy. Super cool little micro edits though, I love it. Like that little thing. It should be like... So... But I feel like it should be on a... You can't go that low. No. Yeah, I feel like this entire track needs to be oriented around the correct like sub bass notes. Just boom, sorry, boom, 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 boom. Just yeah, there needs to be a bass layer basically, and a lot of this stuff needs to be high passed, but not too much actually. There seems to be just enough room for a nice bass line that would change this track drastically. From a funky little K-pop remix to like a more house of a banger. Yeah, just big inconsistencies in the low end here on the drop. Because all of that low end is just driven by that bass guitar, which is very just a solo basically. But the atmosphere is just so pretty. Maybe, yeah, if you dial down on the sidechain just a little bit and just layer with like a nice, cool little thumpy bass to drive the root notes, that would be awesome. 1, 2, 3. And you just go on 3. Okay. Absolutely, you need a sub there. There's like no stability in the drop regarding low end. It needs a proper sub to drive all the root notes for sure. And if anything, high pass the current bass guitar that's in there, or just remove it and do your own. Because the bass guitar is great for intros, breakdowns, and stuff like that. But for the drop itself, it needs to be way more stable for a track like this. It's kind of weird that the white noise riser that you got here doesn't get sidechained by the kick, but everything else does. If anything, it should be the opposite for a track like this. Although it's not a big issue. I'm fine with it. Beautiful. I mean, just the whole vibe of it is so cool. I want to hear the original. What's the original? What's the name of the original? Triples? Fly Up? I want to hear the OG. That's not it. There we go. Instrumental. Oh, that is it. A different key or something? Okay, cool. So it is a very funky track in the OG. So it's pitched up, gotcha. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely needs low end. Yeah, and even... Dude, absolutely you need to do this, man. It needs to be... That's a no-brainer. Yeah, that's not even a discussion. Awesome. Great job on this, though. 15 votes out of, I don't know, 30 people watching. Shout out. Every second person. What a vibe. Give me that bass, and this becomes the track. Like, the track. Holy crap. This should be playing in, like... Okay. You need to fix it first before I say stuff. Fantastic idea to keep the funkiness of it. Sounds are awesome. Not much did you... Like, when you listen to the OG... Sounds like a lot of it was already in the original. But just the idea of speeding it up and like maintaining a lot of these, like the drums are perfect. The sidechain is a little bit too severe even. Normally I would love sidechain, but like in this case might be a bit too pushing it. Structure. Yeah. You start on bar 6 instead of bar 9. Bar 7 instead of bar 9. Mixmaster? Yeah. Without a sub, kind of tough. Without a sub, it's kind of tough. Oh boy. Really good. Really good. One more song. Let's see if it's yours. If it's DJ level 3, that's gonna be fucking crazy. Nope.
Avenue music.
Yo. Just looking for mix improvements, really. Cool. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now that impact had way too much low end in the sides. And it was maybe too stereo, too. This hi-hat is way too in the surface, especially compared to that tambourine. This hi-hat needs to go. This hi-hat needs to be replaced with just an offbeat hi-hat, just a... Can't hear the low end here. It's very, very dim. Three, two, one. These blips at the end, where were they the whole time? Did they appear ever throughout the track? Exclamation point, rate followed by a number from 1 to 10. And I need to see at least 20 votes, or else I fucking just end it. Oh, they appear. They're here too, right? I heard that here. Right. Right, I knew it. Okay, cool. Okay. There was a click to the bass line here. There's like a click in the left channel. I'm not sure if it needs to be there. Yeah, this impact, like I said, out of nowhere, and it's got that like a rattle that ends too soon. Right here. It's cool. It sounds like a thunder almost, but it's not. And then this hi-hat, extremely bright. It's like, yeah, dude, look at that. Look at that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater ramp. Look at that. Woo! So many tricks you can pull up on that, dude. Woo! So yeah, that hi-hat just needs to be, think white noise, okay? Just think white noise, high-passed, quick little burst of air doing an offbeat on the hi-hat, basically. That's what I would do.
Is it me? Is it the night? Got this energy, it's flowing through my mind.
Vocal should be like +2 dB.
Across the room, the lightning strike.
Also, the reverb of it, the reverb mix takes too much of the spectrum. I think it should be more bandpass.
Got you curious, I see it in your eyes.
Definitely too much high end in that reverb, just a little bit, and too much low end too.
I feel the flame like the heavens falling.
Yeah, this would be a rapid fire notes taking session. Next,
Heavens falling.
it feels like this vocal should be even louder than the one before it because it's like in a breakdown, right? I wouldn't do the kick here. I would end the drums right here. Poof. That's it.
The flame like the heavens falling. A spark in outer space, the stars are calling. So come on over.
This kick has an unfortunate transient that's like around, I don't know, 1K or something? Right here? Oh, 2K. Yeah. 1.8K on the transient on this kick. It's kind of like just a little bit annoying transient, but that's about it. I would maybe just like scoop it out just a little bit around that 1.8K. Also, I'm not sure if I would introduce these hi-hats so early. This is where I would introduce the hi-hats with the ride and everything. Yeah, you start it simple with just a kick, right? Which is awesome. And I think you should continue with the kick all the way up until right here. And I feel like if you want to, you could just introduce the offbeat hi-hat just until then, for the remaining 4 bars here. But yeah, I think you're introducing the whole percussion ensemble too quickly. Now, I love what you do here with the chords. But you see that blip thing that I thought only shows up at the end? It's because it's so hidden. It's so buried here. I feel like it could be way more prominent, way more high end, way more high mids. And because it has like a delay on it, it sometimes causes the note before it to overlap the note after it. And it's like a dissonant kind of like a... These two notes. When played together, you know, kind of weird. You want to make sure that whenever the delay hits, the previous note doesn't get overlapped over this, like the G sharp doesn't overlap the A.
We got that chemistry that nobody can tame.
It's such a nice blip. These should be way more prominent. Obviously not when the vocal is singing, but like right here, this was a perfect opportunity for you to show the entire blip blop. Like... Yeah, and low pass bypass it here. That's nice.
Mystery that nobody can
There was a little issue regarding the volume of the vocal here versus the volume of the vocal here. Like, this vocal seemed like way more quiet, but we'll get to it.
contain. No denying. Tonight I'm changed. After you, I know I'll never be the same.
And quiet.
I feel the flame like the heavens falling.
Yeah. It needs to be way more surfaced, way more centered. There's too much side information on this particular section of the vocal.
A spark in outer space. The stars are calling.
Beautiful vocal, just beautiful everything, man.
Come on over, so come on over. Come on over.
Usually in a track like this, you might also want to make sure that the sibilance on the vocal doesn't precede the kick, so that you have transients or like sibilance of a vocal aligned with the grid. When she says "come on over," the K, the C of the "come on over" appears before the kick. Like "come on over," kind of. I would want to align that K to go exactly when the transient of the kick hits. Yeah, just a tiny nitpick, but it's there. Interesting on the high pass on the low end here. Absolutely, I am jam, not jelly. Nice, Nick. As long as it's electronic music, preferably. Yeah. Let me do a quick recap. Yeah. Just beautiful. It's beautiful. It really is. Sounds, like the sound selection is good. It's just when you choose to use them is not necessarily perfect. Like right here. Structure is awesome. Right? I'm not missing anything there. Structure is good. I think, right? Yeah, like structure is pretty much on point. Damn it. I think I forgot something regarding the structure. Well, introducing the hi-hats a bit too early. The kick being here kind of unnecessarily. Yeah, it's like a 9er. Mixmaster. Getting there. Honestly, getting there. A couple of those issues that I mentioned. Pretty good. Beautiful. Fantastic vibe. Just fantastic vibe. Big fan. Honestly, great song. 17 votes. All right. Time to end it then. That's usually like the threshold. If we don't even get 20 votes, that's like, all right. Cool. Let's play some Cat Quest. Folks, I'm most likely, I can't like guarantee that I'll be streaming on Monday, which is tomorrow, which is in 18 hours. I'll try, but I'll probably do Wednesday. I'll do a long production stream on Wednesday. And we'll see where that takes us. I want to do a bunch of chiptune. I want to do a bunch of dubstep, heavy stuff. I want to do like a flip. I'll see what I'll feel like doing that. But I think I'll do like a chiptune thing. But Avenir, that was great. Folks, you know what to do. We're gonna do end stream. And I'm gonna clear the queue. Thank you for tuning in. This has been Tokyo Machine, and I will see you on Wednesday, probably. If you will see me on Wednesday. And thank gosh you won't have to rate any tracks on Wednesday, because that seems to be a chore. Piece of... But that's okay, because I love you as a community. I want to thank you to all the beautiful mods and all the beautiful gift and subscribing and bits and cheers and bonks and chops and tiny bonks and giant bonks and anything you want. Really, in this town, you can do whatever you want. Oh, me? I'm just a passerby. Fuck. But yeah, this Wednesday, we're gonna do production, and right after that, I think I want to do like a Thursday, Friday for some gaming, for finally doing those indie horror games that I bought for myself but never actually got to play them. So you're gonna witness my misery. And I'll see you on the next one. I just want the song to end, but it's so long, and I wanna skip forward. Okay, that's perfect. Indie horror. Yes. This is Tokyo Machine signing out, and I will see you on Wednesday. Thank you so much for everything, dudes and dudettes. And hang tight and stay warm, because it's a blizzard out there. In every meaning of the word, I guess. More RGB speech. I just did a bit. I just did a little bit. I'm not gonna spoil you with RGB speech every fucking...